309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays.
And Magnus Carlsen seals the deal with a draw. He makes it to the finals of the FIDE World Cup for the first time ever. 18-year-old Pragg advances to the finals to fight against Magnus Carlsen for the FIDE World Cup.
What a final that's going to be.
This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
It is a particularly hot 35 degrees centigrade in the lovely city of Baku, which plays host in this year, 2023, to the FIDE World Cup. Perfect chess-playing weather as we have a look at the currently empty playing hall and the chessboard, on which, in about 9 minutes from now, will be contested the second match game of the 2023 FIDE World Cup finals between Magnus Carlsen and the Indian phenom Pragg. What a game this is going to be. What an epic occasion this is. And it is a pleasure once again to be bringing you coverage of the FIDE World Cup finals. I am your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. And once again, alongside me today, Grandmaster Peter Aleko. This is such an exciting occasion.
Hello, Danya. Hello, everyone. Super exciting situation. The first game ended in a draw. Rather quiet, but very intense draw. With a lot of finesses, and now Magnus Carlsen will play with the white pieces. So far, he had brilliant performance with the white pieces throughout the World Cup. It's going to be a big test on Pragg.
It will indeed. As it has been this entire tournament, Pragg has had one of, if not the most difficult brackets as he ascended his way to the top in order to challenge Magnus Carlsen. We look at the bracket there. Of course, Magnus Carlsen did not have an easy path either. He had to dispatch the legend, Vasily Ivanchuk, and then Pragg compatriot, Gukesh, in a very difficult match. But Pragg has had an epic journey to the finals, which included a crazy match against Arjun Erigaisi that he won in the Blitz tiebreaks. And then, of course, dispatching Fabiano Caruana, who was in excellent form himself in the tiebreaker as well. And yesterday showing excellent poise, putting some pressure on Magnus with the white pieces. But ultimately, we can call it a very balanced game. And in the third place match, a scintillating victory by the hometown hero, Nijat Abasov, who destroys Fabiano Caruana in a tactical display that did not even last 30 moves. There is so much action to discuss, Peter. And I think yesterday's result probably not a failure for Magnus Carlsen. I mean, he holds with the black pieces. He has the white pieces today. Obviously, we are aware that he's not feeling too well due to food poisoning. We're very sorry to hear that. But how would you assess how Pragg and Magnus are feeling, respectively, about how the game went yesterday and about the final result?
I guess that Magnus should be very happy. Yeah, that he was under some pressure. He had to be super precise, especially also hearing that he had the food poisoning. Now I can fully understand his body language during the game. It wasn't exactly clear. I just didn't feel this energy from Magnus that we are used to, and it's the finals. Yeah, so something was strange, and then when you hear it, then you understand it, that Magnus was basically having trouble sitting at the board. At the same time, with his incredible willpower, he made sure that if I already sit there, then I want to play as perfect as possible.
And speaking of perfect, of course, Nijat Abasov, his performance should not be overlooked. And once again, as we did yesterday, we will focus on Carlsen Pragg, but we really should shout out Nijat Abasov and his journey to what might be a third place finish at the World Cup as a player rated below 2650. That is an absolutely unheard of performance. And, you know, all he needs to do is hold Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces, which will be a pretty Herculean task. Abasov has already punched his ticket into the next candidates tournament, even if he loses, as has Fabiano Caruana, since Magnus Carlsen has already denied his participation. But let's get back to our matchup of the day, Praggnanandhaa against Carlsen. From Pragg's perspective, Peter, I was very impressed with his poise. Obviously, this is an incredibly high-pressure situation. Yes, he's already made it into the candidates tournament, but that doesn't change the fact that sitting there before hundreds of thousands of fans, that's got to be one of the trials of Praggnanandhaa's young chess career.
For sure, it's a sensational result. The way how he's playing, the incredible fight that he is showing in every single match. There were some so-called weaker moments over the board, but with his willpower and with his fighting spirit, he compensated and knocked out Arjun and also Fabiano. Truly impressive fighter show, and I want to see this to continue. Yeah, in order to fight against Magnus, he has to show his best. He did reveal yesterday in his interview that he wants to take as much rest as possible. He knows he feels that recharging the batteries is the most important. On the other hand, we also have to give a very big credit for Pragg and his team, who have guessed. That was like the sensational shock for me when I heard in his interview he revealed that he had that line in the very early morning before the game in his preparation. How on earth do you guess that?
Incredible, man. Pragg's team, I wonder what they're eating for breakfast. And of course, a big shout out also. It's very sweet to see Pragg accompanied by his mother at the tournament, who was watching the games, and a lot of great photographs of her showing the entire gamut of emotions. Very, very sweet. It obviously takes a village. So all of Pragg's fans and, of course, his supportive parents deserve a lot of the credit for his blossoming chess career. But in addition to the World Cup trophy, they are also playing. The players are for some very significant prizes. The top prize in the World Cup is 6 figures. That could buy you a house, a pretty nice one, in a lot of places in the world. $110,000 for the World Cup winner, $80,000 for the runner-up, and Nijat and Fabiano Caruana, the loser of that match, has already guaranteed himself $50,000. So the prizes are very generous, but the players are not thinking about the dollar signs. They are thinking about the prestige of winning the World Cup. And the narrative could not be grander. Well, because Magnus Carlsen has never won the World Cup before. This is the one Grand Slam type tournament that he hasn't won. So he is particularly hungry, Peter, to deliver on his goal of winning this game. Man, are the stakes high.
Absolutely. And I feel like ever since the tournament started, it had just one goal for Magnus Carlsen, that I want to win this tournament. And it was so visible right from the start. He came in with incredible determination. He played brilliant chess. And however, no matter how good shape you are, this tournament, this format brings some surprises. And that match against Vincent Keimer, that was the shock of Magnus of the tournament. He did survive that scare. He went on, and ever since, he has been super impressive. The big question is, will Pragg be the man who stops Magnus' journey? We're going to find out. It's just 1.5 minutes before the game starts.
90 seconds, now 80 seconds, as Fabiano Caruana assumes his seat. He has a very difficult task. He has to win his game with the white pieces in order to equalize the match and force a tiebreaker tomorrow. As we see Pragg taking his place at the top board, he sits down with a minute left before the start of the second match game. Now, the opening, Peter, is going to be crucial. We don't know what to expect from Magnus. He has played absolutely everything throughout his career, even in this tournament. He's chosen various openings. Do you have any predictions? Do you think that this game is going to take on a particular characteristic out of the opening, or is it entirely unpredictable?
It's pretty unpredictable. Magnus can play any first move. Somehow I believe that he might settle in for e4, one e4. That's my feeling. But I'm not convinced. It's just somehow that, especially if we know that he is not feeling so well. On the other hand, we know also how this food poisoning works. Yeah, that with each day you're actually recovering. And I think that Magnus revealed that like 2-3 days ago it started already. So by now he's slowly getting back his strengths. We do want to see him in his best shape. And there is Magnus.
And true to his form, he arrives holding 2 bottles of water with exactly 4 seconds remaining before the start of the round as Pragg carefully adjusts his pieces. The first couple of moves are going to be particularly important. A warm handshake by the ceremonial guest there. And we are about to see the ceremonial first move, which is, I think, e2, e4, but that does not mean Magnus will necessarily play e4. The move will be retracted, and then Magnus will make the official first move of the game. And it appears to, in fact, be the move e2, e4.
Yes, it was somehow guessable. I think that also you remember that match against Vincent Keimer in the decisive final game that Magnus won. He went for 1e4. Yeah, he wanted to play the Ruy Lopez, and Pragg taking his time doing the Magnus thing, not answering immediately. Is he thinking about, should I play e5 or should I play c5? It's clear that he has already made up his mind before the game, but it's also nice to see Magnus's own medicine being employed against himself.
And as we start this game, before Pragg makes his first move, a big shout out. We have already over 50,000 people watching from every corner of the world, which includes so many of Pragg's fans from his hometown state of Tamil Nadu in India, but also across the world. And of course, Magnus Carlsen, with so many fans that he has generated for decades. This is going to be awesome. Seatbelts fastened, and Pragg's response, the King's Pawn game, e4, e5.
Yeah, e4, e5 on the board, a very professional response. Also was kind of easy to guess. In a very important game, you want to be as solid as possible and wait for your opponent to show his cards. I do believe that Magnus will go for the Ruy Lopez. I don't believe that he's going to play the Italian, since Pragnanda has been really involved in a lot of discussions there with Fabiano. And no, 4 knights. All right, that's a surprise.
Whoa. Okay, and now another big choice. Does Magnus play the 4 knights Scotch with d4, or does he handle this traditionally with bishop b5? There's also the move g3, which is known as the Gleck system, very rare at the top level.
Yeah, I don't see Magnus going for g3. If he already goes for the 4 knights, I believe he wants to be as solid as possible. I mean, this g3 kind of stuff leads to double-edged positions without clarity. I don't think that you really want that in a decisive game right from the start.
Is it fair to say already that Magnus trying to play with an abundance of caution? Because assuming he chooses either bishop b5 or d4, both of those moves, as he does in fact execute bishop b5 on the board, this is a very solid line, right? This is one could say quieter than the traditional Ruy Lopez. What conclusions can we make as Pragg drives his knight to d4, the most principled response, the most modern response to the 4 knights game?
The next move will be very important. And wow, okay, Magnus takes knight takes d4. This is like a silent, exactly. This is a silent draw for, or is he trying some ed4, knight d5 kind of surprise?
Okay, now e5 is known as the bailout line. It leads to an exchange of knights. It is well known, as you put it very eloquently, a silent draw for my Magnus Carlsen. Or has he found something within the ostensibly quiet waters of this line?
My guess is that he hasn't yet fully recovered. That's kind of my guess. Otherwise, I don't see him ever playing this line. There is a clear purpose to survive today and to feel much better tomorrow.
And Pragg quickly making the forced moves, recapturing an f6 with the queen. And even if you are not acquainted with this line, you can see how symmetrical it is as Magnus recaptures on c3. The pawn structure virtually symmetrical, both sides only with bishops remaining on the board. And bishop c5 here, I think, is considered the most accurate and most active developing move. This has to be maybe not a relief for Pragg, but he can't be unhappy to see this bailout line chosen by Magnus.
For sure, unless there is some really hidden, deep little trick, yeah, because often it's like this, that you think like, yes, it's a harmless line. If my opponent knows everything and Pragg shows a lot of confidence, he blitzes out the move bishop c5. It's the main move. On the other hand, because the line has such a drawish reputation, do you believe that the top players are studying this line? I don't believe so, but you definitely have to know the first couple of moves.
Yeah, it's sort of the rookie one Berlin syndrome, where because, as you're saying, because the line is so drawish, you're less likely to look at it, and you might miss a certain subtlety that puts some pressure on Black's position. But I want that to be the case, maybe, but it really seems a lot likelier that Magnus, still not feeling very well, wants to recuperate his strength, believes in his ability to win these matches in the rapid portion, and just decides to bail the game out. That doesn't necessarily mean he will offer a draw within a couple moves, but I think he's very likely to. Queen e2 check, Peter, is even a more straightforward bailout option because it forces a queen trade. Queen e6 or queen e7 is going to follow. We're going to see the queen swapped. And this doesn't seem to be the kind of endgame that Magnus could really squeeze, much like he did against Vincent Keimer in their second game.
Yes, this is different. Yeah, there is no structure involved. Yeah, the structure is already fixed. The pieces has been traded off. So many things has to happen here. Basically, Black has to cooperate in many very delicate way in order to give White real chances to play for an advantage. On the other hand, Pragg is not taking his time. He understands that, okay, there is simply no reason to hurry. The position is super safe. He's probably also now fighting with himself that what is this? Is Magnus trying to force a draw, or is he hoping for something? And you just want to be very precise, not to give any chances for Magnus to hope for anything.
Absolutely. Now, in terms of deciding between queen e6 and queen e7, after queen e6, White most likely captures on e6, Black recaptures with the f pawn. So we get two slightly different types of pawn structure from Black's side, not from White's pawn structure remains the same in either case. Here the f file opens, which gives Black the option of generating some pressure, but one could argue that there's also a drawback. Maybe the light squared bishop is a little bit harder to deploy because it's kind of buried under the pawn chain. Contrast that with a move queen e7. Here, Black keeps the pawn structure as it currently is, but the downside is that after queen takes e7, you either have to lose castling rights and your king gets stuck in the center, or you have to retract the bishop from its most active developing post. And so Pragg goes for the former option. Queen e6 is on the board.
Yes, queen e6 on the board. It also shows some kind of courage. It was the braver choice. One could have said like, okay, it's very drawish, let me just play queen e7. We don't want to unbalance the situation. We are happy with what we got. The move queen e6 also puts White a little bit in this spot that he has to make up his mind. If he really wants to make a draw, then I'm not sure that queen takes e6, f takes e6 is to White's liking, because the position gets unbalanced. There is suddenly some dynamic in the position. Yes, maybe White can also try to hope for something, but also Black can hope for something. It's a big call, and I understand why Magnus is pausing right now.
So if you want to ensure like the smoothest possible bailout, do you play bishop f4 here instead, trying to maintain the kind of open center so that you can trade off more pawns?
Yes, bishop f4 kind of also invites eventually some queen takes e2, and then you know that, yes, this is the trade I wanted to have. Nothing changed. Probably Black plays this move a6, kicking away the bishop from b5. It's very important so that when White falls back with the bishop, then we can comfortably play d6. The pawn on c7 is nicely protected by the pawn, and then we simply develop. It's even a question, do we want to castle or do we just put the king in the center? There is nothing to worry about.
And Black's position here is a well-oiled machine. I mean, there are no weaknesses. There's no dynamite in the position, as someone in the chat pointed out. It's just very hard to envision two very strong grandmasters not drawing in a position that is so devoid of tactical potential and imbalances. So Magnus, he's taking his time. He's not taking on e6. He hasn't played bishop f4. That seems to be the biggest choice that he has to make here. And I feel like after queen takes e6, the game is likely to last longer, whereas after bishop f4, we might in fact see, a 15-20 move draw.
Yes, and if we look at Magnus, somehow I don't get the feeling that Magnus is interested on taking on e6. Look at his body language. He seems to be sitting there very peacefully. If you kind of play the move queen e6, you are looking for some challenge. Yeah, you want to unbalance the position, but it wasn't really the idea of the whole line. I just believe that he will play something like bishop f4, a neutral move, but we never know.
Yeah, we're just so unused to seeing Magnus, come to the board with the white pieces and opt for, a bailout line this straightforward. But, the fact that you're not feeling well, it changes everything, and even someone like Magnus Carlsen is human, and trying to force yourself to play something imbalanced when your brain isn't working to its fullest potential could actually be a very unwise move, particularly given Magnus's incredible record in tie breaks and in the rapid format. I mean, let's not forget when he defeated Fabiano Caruana in the World Championship match, he took that draw in the last round and arguably a better position. There were a lot of critics of that decision, but then he came back and he won the rapid tiebreaker. On the other hand, Pragg has also shown some incredible composure in the rapid tiebreaks. Obviously, too early to talk about that yet. This game is still going, but I mean, all arrows seem to be pointing in the direction that Magnus is not opposed to a peaceful result here.
Yes, the reason I was pausing because it looked like Magnus gonna make a move, and is he?
Yes.
Yes, bishop f4 on the board. The professional move. It is the move that is desired under the circumstances. It's already clear that Magnus just wants to finish this game and not put any real energy into it. Also, yes, people can say, what is this? It's the attitude that he wants to win this match. He really feels like this World Cup means so much, and he believes that going for the tiebreaks is probably the wisest choice under the circumstances he is into. On the other hand, I remember that people were scaring Pragg at the start that against Hikaru, you are in a tiebreak, Hikaru is very strong. And then what did Pragg say? Well, I'm also strong. And then he went on to knock out Hikaru Nakamura, and later he knocked out Fabiano Caruana in a tiebreak. So he is a special force to reckon with.
Yeah, that first game against Hikaru where he won a piece in the opening and then kept his cool, converted it flawlessly. That honestly epitomizes Praggnanda's run in this tournament. And you could be the best rapid player in the world. One could make a case that Magnus Carlsen is the best rapid player in the world. But, when you start reducing the time control and you start raising the nervous element, you create complete uncertainty. Anything can happen in a rapid game. One small mistake could decide the course of the game. So this is simultaneously an understandable decision, made more understandable if Magnus isn't feeling 100%. At the same time, I think it's good for us, Peter, because we might be getting another day of chess and a rapid tiebreaker to decide the World Cup. I mean, it really does not get any more exciting than that. So yes, I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get a Najdorf or we didn't get a Grunfeld, but I do understand Magnus's decision. I think it's a rational decision. And obviously, Pragg is not thinking about tomorrow. He's thinking about today. This game is not over yet, and he has to maintain his professionalism in order to make sure that you're not giving Magnus even a sliver of opportunity, much like he did yesterday.
Yes, you have to be professional. Now there is the question, little tiny question. Do you capture on e2? I feel like you would like to clarify the situation, especially after bishop f4. So king takes e2. Another question that, do you play a6? I already mentioned that I like this move a6, not giving any targets for white. And after bishop d3, just playing a move like d6. If white wants to fight, then is he trying h4, h5, eventually f3, and then trying to rely on this bishop on f4, bishop d3? I do recall some ideas like this in the Petrov. There are ideas which Magnus, in fact, wanted to use against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship match in Dubai. But how much is this? Okay, let's little bit talk about this position just to understand, is this position really so innocent as it looks? Let me play h4.
So h5 would be my instinct here. I feel like that's the principled response, trying to prevent white from expanding on the king side. Is that advisable, or does h5 weaken black's position more than it helps?
Well, it's a question, and it's already a good news that if you are able to ask some questions. The point is that if black plays the move h5, yes, it's very nicely stopping white's advance on the king side. However, maybe eventually the g5 square will be there. I don't know, something like rook he1. We play a move like bishop e6. I guess it's natural. I will have to put... I wanted to somehow try to highlight what I wanted. Okay, if black plays something like this. However, in order to do what I want, it is important not to play like a computer. I want to highlight this. I would like to get something like this. Long castles, rook a1, making sure that my h4 pawn is well guarded by the rook on h1. And then somewhere to play bishop g5. Yeah, for example, if black would now just play a move like rook h8, would be a serious inaccuracy. Then white plays the move bishop g5. And suddenly black is already facing some problems. He has to play probably the move f6. Then we fall back with the bishop. We are settling bishop g6. These are the type of problems people often face in the Petrov. That's what I had in my mind. And I said that maybe with h4 we can ask some small little questions.
And this would be, a dream scenario for Magnus, where he gets an endgame, he's not risking, and he's just kind of able to sit back. I mean, literally, well, he was just sitting back. Now he assumes a more aggressive posture. But a position like this, he can play largely without calculating too much. He can play based on his incredible endgame understanding. And black, already in this position, has long-term weaknesses on the king side that he saddled with, right? Bishop g6 is a threat. If you drop the bishop back to f7, then maybe white's bishop drops into f5. Maybe white continues to expand with g2, g4. So your point is very well taken, Peter. Black has to be very careful how he arranges his pieces, and black has to be careful not to allow white to expand too much on the king side. So with all of that in mind, if we go back to the current position, right, bishop f4, is there a case to be made for c6, d5, trying to build up a more solid center instead of a6? What do you make of the alternative to push the c pawn instead?
Yes, I think then also important to decide that do you trade on e2 first or do you play c6? Maybe then it's smart to play c6, because I don't really believe that white wants to take on e6 now. Then black already can capture with the d pawn, getting a very nice structure. Certainly an unbalance which white does not thrilled with. And so after c6, we kind of force the bishop back to d3. Then we're going to go d5. And it's kind of nice that we haven't decided yet. We are waiting for white to take on e6. Then we say, thank you very much. We gained the tempo, and we also got a lovely center control with c6, d5. And if white castles, then it's the right moment to capture on e2. And then even we can play bishop f5, solving all our problems immediately. Pragg is taking his time, and probably he very nicely senses that this is kind of a crucial moment. Crucial for the fact that every small detail matters here. If he plays nicely, then he will have absolutely zero problems.
Well said. And looking at this position of the computer can be very misleading, because a6 and c6 have almost exactly the same evaluation, and yet they do lead, to slightly different pawn structures, and slight differences in the endgame, they accumulate, and you make one or two inaccuracies. Before you know it, your opponent is starting to ask some questions. And when your opponent is Magnus Carlsen, he's not asking nice questions. He's asking rather annoying questions. So Pragg doing a good job here, slowing himself down, making sure that he finds the right way to approach this position, and make sure that he completely neutralizes any potential ideas that Magnus Carlsen might have to put some pressure in this endgame. Okay, well, obviously this position, not the most fascinating position we've had in the World Cup so far. I think we should leave Pragg to ponder his next move, and maybe take a quick look at our other game, at our third place matchup between Caruana and Abasov, which I don't think anybody will disagree with me if I say that it is a slightly more interesting position.
Yes. Wow. Okay, this is a
just a little.
It's a razor sharp position. What happened here? Okay, it had to be 4 knights. However, not 4 knights inside e4, e5. It's in the Sicilian. E6, d4
this
takes,
line.
takes. Yes. Basically, black is inviting white to play knight db5, going for the Sveshnikov, but avoided all the Rossolimos and all these other things like third move knight c3. And here Fabi does not go along for the invitation with knight takes c6, b takes c6, e5, which was a line heavily debated in the World Cup in different matches. Fabi comes up with a surprise bishop f4. Black reacts with bishop b4. And we get into this wildness, knight db5, knight takes e4, queen f3, d5, knight c7 check, king f8, and long castle, the current position. What is your expert opinion on this?
Well, it's funny. I was investigating the four-knight Sicilian, and I'll make two observations. The first is that generally, this position occurs through a slightly different move order, right? White typically plays 6 knight db5, then black plays bishop b4, and in that position,
just a second.
For sure.
Let me even pull it up. Yes, so knight db5. If black does not want to go for the Sveshnikov with d6, then he has bishop b4. The line Sarana played it against Dominguez, I believe.
And the traditional response here is to play a3. Then black takes on c3, and you would understand why Fabi doesn't want to go for this line. It's if black knows it well, it has a reputation for being among the most sort of drawish Sicilian variations. But bishop f4 is a very fashionable move. It's been featured a lot in recent top-level games, and it leads to these absolutely wild complications. And even looking at these positions for a couple of hours with the top engines sometimes gets you absolutely nowhere. And because the positions are so irrational, and there's like a hanging rook on a8 and a hanging knight on c3, it's so easy to confuse the lines. So Fabi kind of just following Mikhail Tal's advice, taking his opponent into a deep dark forest where 2 + 2 = 5, and where there is only a wide enough path for one person to return. So we should also point out why, instead of castle's queenside, it's not advisable to take the rook on a8. And I'll drop a hint. I do remember that the response here is supposed to be e5, and this is a viable theoretical continuation. The basic philosophy here for black is that he's got this massive initiative in the center. He's got the pressure on white c3 knight, and he's got the possibility of activating more of his pieces with moves like knight c6 to d4. And of course, the knight on a8 is also easy pickings in the long run for black's queen. So currently black is down a rook, but in the future, if black picks up the knight, then he's only down an exchange. So this is one path, but Fabi decides to delay knight takes 8 and instead to focus on bringing his king to relative safety with long castle. And it's a really bad sign for Abasov fans that he has taken now 6 minutes on his move. Is he remembering his preparation, or is he utterly confused here?
It's a good question. The reason why I sense that you are an expert in this line, that I do remember our coverage of that brilliant victory by Lanier Dominguez against Alexei Sarana. And you did mention that you have been analyzing that position. So I knew that you should be really familiar with all the finesses here. And tell us, can you reveal us that? Did you also analyze the move long castle that happened here? Or
I'm pretty sure I did, but as is usually the case with all my opening analyses, I don't remember anything. But now that bishop takes c3 appears on the board, I'm pretty sure this is the correct approach. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is the only move that leads to a feasible position. Abasov kind of looking up at the stars, which is the universal sign of, a GM trying to remember his preparation. And the point of bishop takes c3 is to take the tension off of the knight on e4. And black usually follows this up by playing e5, I'm pretty sure. After pawn takes c3, e5, we get just complete pandemonium on the board.
yes, e5 or g5. I also see that computer suggests g5 and e5. We have to mention two completely different positions might arrive. And what? Abasov goes queen e7. Okay, clearly black is eyeing queen a3 check. But white does seem to have this typical idea c4 covering the a3 square. And how is black? And c4 already on the board.
Okay, now this is very interesting because the engine approaches black's idea with a healthy degree of skepticism. c4, defending the a3 square with the queen, but also putting very serious pressure on black center. Let's not forget the rook is still hanging, so that is still hanging over Abasov. Is queen e7 very deep preparation? Has he let the computer sit here for a couple of hours, or has he confused something? That's always the question when you get into these super chaotic lines.
The move queen e7 looks very principled, and it's clear that if you haven't analyzed it, you would not be able to make this move over the board in a couple of minutes. Yeah, it would require half an hour or even 40 minutes for sure to understand all the complications. And we do see that computer already says that if you play the move queen e7, then maybe you have to follow it up with knight b4. Just forget about that rook and try to create counterplay against white's king. The line that I'm seeing here is completely crazy. Let's just show something knight b4 here.
Oh my gosh. And I've got a crazy statistic after you finish. Go ahead.
Yes, then tell us, because I don't know what to suggest here.
Well, I'm just looking also at when this position was first played. Like, has this position ever been reached? And not only has it been reached, but the position after c4 was reached for the first time in 1902. So, I mean, some guy 120 years ago actually got to this position with the black pieces. He played queen f6, which was repeated a couple of times. Knight b4 has been played in correspondence chess. There was a recent game which continued knight b4, a3. Oh my gosh, seatbelts fasten, folks. Knight a2 check, king b2, knight a c3. How many times do you say that? Knight a2 to c3, rook d3, knight a4 check, king c1, queen f6, bishop d6 check, forcing the queens off the board. And finally, the bishop d6 check is a big mistake. This was played once in correspondence chess because after knight takes d6, it may seem like, yes, I've traded the queens, I've taken the rook on a8, but you're missing the forest for the trees here. Black has a massive pawn center. The knight on a8 is not getting out. And after something simple like knight takes c4, white is actually much worse in the endgame. So bishop d6 check, big mistake. Instead of that move, it appears that rook to b3, which is one of those typical crazily cold-blooded computer moves, stopping the checkmate threat on a1, gives white an advantage. But oh my gosh, I need an Advil after looking at these lines. This is insane. I mean, what is this?
That's why I passed it on to you. I knew that you are probably already backed with some really great insights. The line is very hard to explain. It's all about force, concrete, direct lines, putting so much pressure on both players. Here it comes very much into counting that who has done his preparation, who has done a better job, in his preparation. I do believe that since Fabi somehow sensed that this line might appear, he was blitzing all his moves. He was the one, probably he felt like the Rossolimo line that Magnus Carlsen employed against Abasov could be very interesting challenge. Maybe Abasov will change already in his second move. Knight f3. What we are talking about after knight c6, bishop b5 would have been played, and it's a very rich middle game with hundreds of different possibilities for both sides. And the move e6 from black side signal that no, I don't want to go into those strategic battles. I want to have a little bit more direct clash where I can rely on some preparation to neutralize the pressure. And then Fabi, anticipating this, sidestep with bishop f4 and forced Abasov into this complete craziness. How will Nijat navigate himself through this jungle? That's a big question.
I mean, to me, if I were looking at this position for the first time, the move played by Miklos Brody, who's the Hungarian master who played this for the first time in 1902, would be queen f6. I think that is a very logical move because it threatens checkmate on a1. But if you play queen f6 immediately, white can cut off the queen's diagonal by simply playing c3. So, there is some logical basis to black's moves in this position, but I almost feel like, a monkey in this position. I'm just creating mate in one threats, and, the engine is coming up with quantum mechanics equations. So I think you're exactly right, Peter. This position is only about one thing. It's not about understanding. It's not about ideas. It's about who has done his homework, who has done it more diligently, and who can actually remember what's in their file. As I say that, Queen F6 is on the board, so they are following the game between Lohman and Brody from 1902. Really, really cool stuff. And we will keep a close eye on this game as Nijat gets up from the board. He doesn't want to look at whatever is going on in this board. But we've got two really interesting games here at the World Cup final, the championship match and the third place match. These two positions cannot possibly be any different. We will return to the end game in the deciding Carlsen-Pragg game, as well as the crazy position in Abasov Caruana. But first, we will go on our first break of the day, folks. Stay tuned, all 100,000 of you. We will be back with more World Cup action in just a couple of short minutes.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Latvian Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Minute 10 seconds. Every second counts.
Hikaru Nakamura is surviving.
We're rook a8. Whoa! He blundered his queen. He's got 40 more seconds. He needs to burn. Rookie's losing. Oh my God! He's gonna flag. No! He flagged! He flagged! He flagged! Oh my God! He made him! Oh my God!
Strong stairway! Oh, get him off the board!
He's just gonna move quickly.
Oh! Oh my gosh! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second match game of the finals of the 2023 World Cup from Baku. This is the decisive second match game. Magnus Carlsen or Pragg with a victory claim this coveted World Cup title. Should they draw their second game, which seems to be increasingly likely, they will move on to contest a rapid tiebreaker tomorrow. Okay, here we have the bird's eye view. The contrast between these two games could not possibly be any greater. We have a crazy Sicilian in Caruana Abasov and the most symmetrical position of all time in Carlsen Pragg. Peter, I think that this is increasingly becoming a question not of what the result's going to be, but when the peace treaty is going to be signed in the Carlsen Pragg game.
Yes, looking at the position, it does feel like this. However, very quickly, let's just go through the last couple of moves. Because the Fabiano game, we can talk there for hours, but just to bring our viewers up to date, what we think about the Magnus Carlsen Pragg game is queen e2, king e2, c6. So yes, Pragg did go for the c6 plan. However, he first traded on e2. It's a very natural, very human way of reacting. Bishop d3, d5. But this did let white play this move c4. Okay, c4 basically doesn't do anything. Yes, white trades his double pawns. Black certainly shouldn't be afraid of that. Takes, and bishop f5 develops with the tempo, hitting the c2 pawn. What do you make of this?
Wait a second. I mean, we're talking about this from the perspective of Magnus calling all the shots, but when I look at this position with sort of an untrained eye, it seems like White's king is the one that's experiencing some discomfort, and Black's king has the safer developing square. If Black castles queenside and gets a rook to the open file and then puts the other rook on e8, you know, it's not all peaches and cherries for White's king. So Magnus has to find a way here, I think, to trade the light-scored bishops quickly and release the pressure on the c2 pawn. So the obvious move here is bishop to d3. That's the move you would like to play. I also think it's an inaccurate move because Black will take on d3. And if you take with the king, you drop the f2 pawn for no compensation, which means you have to accept a major damaging of your pawn structure with cd. Here, Pragg will no longer accept a draw. I mean, Black is squarely playing for the win here with pressure on the d3 pawn and against White's king. So I think it's fair to say, Peter, that now Magnus is suddenly the one who has to find maybe one or two accurate moves in order to hold the balance. It appears that rook h to d1 might be the only move which cleanly fits the bill, but that's actually not the easiest move to come up with because it seems to blunder the c2 pawn.
Yeah, not at all. And I also wonder that, for example, if we just played the most simplistic, of all, let's get the bishop back to b3. Black plays the move long castles, clearly, and we play the most natural human move, rook he1, preparing to hierarchying back to f1. It does look to me that it's super solid and super safe. I think that maybe there is no need for this computer brilliance with rook hd1, which we have to highlight that, yeah, computers are super smart. Rook hd1 makes sure that Black is unable to castle long and invites the capture on the c2 pawn, because after bishop takes c2, White can play rook dc1, hitting the bishop. That bishop needs to retreat, goes back to g6, and then White has these tactics with bishop takes f7 check, and after Black recaptures the bishop, White takes on c5, and we get a completely balanced dead draw position. Yes, rook hd1 is very smart, but it's more computerish than human.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think bishop to b3 is by far the likeliest option. And obviously, we should maybe point out in passing that after Black castles queenside, the f7 pawn technically is hanging, but White can't capture it for a variety of reasons. There's like a symmetrical idea where Black plays rook h f8 and targets both of White's bishops. I think it's an instructive point. In any position, you have to be very attentive to the undefended pieces, the pieces that are not protected by other pieces and pawns. And this is a disaster. If White drops back to b3, then Black has a whole menu of options, but bishop g4 check, f3 rook takes f4 is the simplest, and White's king just gets massacred in the center. F takes g4, rook f2 check, and Black can even establish piggies on the second with rook dd2. Yeah, something tells me we are not going to see this position in this game, but this is just to show that in any position, no matter how sterile, you can find danger and you can find trouble if you're looking for it.
For sure, yes. And now Magnus has to make up his mind. The move bishop b3, clearly it's very solid. On the other hand, Magnus might feel like that, yes, it's not that pleasant, that basically it suddenly turns out that black is white. Yeah, it's a symmetrical position, but white is the one who needs to be a bit precise to make sure that everything is under control. He's taking his time. There could be the argument that he sees this tactic with bishop takes e2 and then white hitting on f7, making the draw. However, I would like to come back 2 moves just to understand that after bishop dc d5, the move c3 c4 is kind of a surprise, because one could argue that, okay, white can maybe try to play something like b4, bishop e7, a4. Eventually, this bishop could be transferred to d4, and then white starts advancing on the queen side with Magnus's type of play. But he did not do that. It's kind of showing that, yes, his main target is just to shut the game down.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised because it doesn't feel like b4 is such a committal option. It doesn't feel like, okay, this is a risky option. White has burned all his bridges. It feels like b4 strikes a nice balance between not depriving the position of all life whatsoever, but also, you know, maintaining a very solid situation. I don't think Magnus would have any trouble making a draw even in this position if he so chose. But like you said, Peter, he has chosen his agenda for the game. He wants to finish things out, go back to bed, rest up for tomorrow, and he's doing just that. And he has, in fact, uncorked the move rook hd1.
Yes, this is Magnus. No matter how he feels or what his intentions are, if precision is required, he is still very much up to the task. Rook hd1, a very nice move, just signaling that, yes, I might not have the biggest ambition for this game, but if it's required from me to play good chess, I'm capable of. Wonderful little touch. I think many Magnus fans can get a lot of courage and a lot of extra energy from seeing Magnus going for rook hd1. Those are these finesses. Yes, in this position it doesn't really matter because everything seemed to be fine and drawish, but all these nuances that you are able to find the best possible with any position, that's of course Magnus's big strength.
It really is, and Magnus can find good moves in any condition. Obviously, it's one of the most difficult things to play a good game of chess when you're not feeling 100%, whether you're feeling food poisoning or you have the flu or a sore throat. You know, any disruption in your ability to concentrate will really hamper your ability to play a classical game of chess. You know, I'm sure you have your stories, Peter. I have mine about trying to suffer through a tournament when you've got the flu. But it's impressive to me that Magnus just hunkers down and he finds the most accurate move and the quickest way to bail the game out. It reminds me of the time that Magnus played a bullet titled arena from an account called A Man with a Van. And it turned out Magnus got 3rd place. Turned out after the tournament, Magnus had been playing on his phone from a moving vehicle, and he registered for the tournament 30 minutes after it started. Carlsen can play good chess in literally any conditions.
Yes, that's what he's famous for. It's just incredible. I mean, whenever I hear these stories, that somebody is playing online chess from a moving van and finishes well, then basically you know that this is a genius.
Absolutely. And speaking of genius, our incredibly hardworking producer, Bick, big shout out, points out an interesting line. After bishop takes c2, we discussed rook c1 followed by bishop takes f7 check, restoring material equality. But you can also take the other route. You could go rook c1, bishop g6, and now apparently bishop a6 is a cute way to force a different kind of opposite colored bishop endgame. What's interesting about this move is that if black plays b takes a6, I wouldn't take a draw here with the white pieces. I think after rook takes c5, the crucial detail is that bishop e4, which would be the desirable maneuver, runs into rook e5 check. This drops the bishop. And so black has no easy way to keep the c6 pawn protected, We also know that with the presence of rooks, yes, the opposite colored bishops do give the game a drawish flavor still, but it's not the same as if you would have removed all the rooks. Then you can take a draw. With the rooks on the board, I feel like white is still pushing in this position. So maybe bishop a6 is an even more testing way to bail the game out into an opposite colored bishop position.
Wow, that's actually a very nice idea. However, as usual, the computers are spoiling the fun.
Of course.
They just say, I mean, why do you think about opposite colored bishops if you have the move b6, reinforcing the bishop? Yes, however, it runs into bishop b7. Then the rook moves away to d8, bishop takes e6 check, is met by king e7, and black is perfectly fine. His bishops are wonderful. I don't think that Magnus wants this advantage. It's very nice, and it was fantastic. Big shout out to Big pointing out this line. Looking at Magnus's state of mind, I don't see that we're gonna see this.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that way. And for all of this to happen, Pragg would have to take on c2, and he's not going to do that either. He's going to castle kingside, and this game is going to head at even more breakneck pace toward a peaceful conclusion. Bishop d3 is, of course, the logical follow-up to Magnus Carlsen's previous move. This engineers a trade of light-squared bishops. I think we're likely to see rook f to e8 check, and we're likely to see Pragg declining that trade. I mean, bishop f5 can drop back to e6 in order to keep the d-file closed, because the last thing you want to do with black is give up control of the d-file and allow white to infiltrate the 7th rank. Again, comes back to the fact that no matter how symmetrical the position is, if you're looking for trouble and if you're going to play sloppy, you're going to find trouble.
For sure.
Although this is still a dead draw.
Yes, because black has f6. Yeah, it's kind of very nice that rook d7 is met by rook e7, and black is coming with his king. But in general, everything what you said, I think, stands. That you shouldn't be just assuming that the position is simplified, it's symmetrical. You just cannot relax. You always have to be alert and make sure that, for example, in this position, you know exactly that if it would be white move, yeah, if we just make a passing move, I don't know, a6, let's just put a6, then white plays rook d7 and white is winning already, yes? So the back rank is a big problem for black. Now black is unable to play rook e7 due to rook d8 checkmate. So in all these symmetrical positions, everything comes down to tempo play. Yes, black can solve the problem of the back rank with f6 very nicely, also threatening king f7, and after rook d7 we always have rook e7, no problems. Pragg, however, did not include check. He retreated the bishop immediately to e6.
Interesting choice. He's keeping the king on e2. Maybe he's trying to keep the possibility of rook f to e8 in reserve, kind of keeping that move in his pocket, because if he plays that move, even with the bishop on e6, although it's not a check, it still creates the massive threat of bishop g4 check, and so would probably force white's king to drop back to f1 anyway. So this might be a purely cosmetic difference. What is Magnus going to do here? I mean, he could move his king back on his own volition. He could play king f1. He could play a neutral expansionary move like a2, a4, I think is very likely. One way or the other, there's just so little dynamite in this position that, and so much time on the players' clocks, that I just don't see anything all that interesting happening before a draw is agreed.
Yes, I also feel that we have invested enough time now with this game, and knowing that the other game between Fabiano Caruana and Nijat Abasov is completely wild and crazy, it could be a good choice to jump there. By the way, king f1 has been played. Yeah, this is going to be a very quiet affair.
It is indeed. And I do agree this gives us a good chance to segue into our third place match. If you're just joining us, Nijat Abasov delivering a 26-move victory yesterday of some beautiful tactics and a reeling Fabiano Caruana, who just didn't seem able to recover from his loss against Pragg. A very painful match that was for the American superstar. And now he has to win this game in order to force a tiebreaker tomorrow. All right, so we last saw the position right after Abasov played that move, queen f6. They were following the stem game from 1902. And Abasov only deviates with his last move, c3. blocks the queen's access to the a1 square. There was a mate in one threat. And Brody, in that stem game, played rook b8. There was another game in the database where black retreated the queen back to e7, trying to get it back to a3. But Abasov, I think, plays the more logical move and the novelty, which is g7, g5, Peter, which allows bishop d6 check. And that is the first move, which has to be carefully assessed.
Yes, that's for sure. The big question is, we do see Abasov has already burned like 30 minutes on his clock. It signals that it shouldn't be preparation. On the other hand, he made up his mind for this queen e7, queen f6, g5 rather quickly. Yeah, it's kind of a tough decision. We did see, however, that during the whole tournament, Abasov was actually relying on relatively fast play. Yeah, he really believed in his intuition throughout the event, putting also pressure on his opponent's clock. In this regard, seeing him not spending too much time like other people would do makes perfect sense. Now, Fabiano, for the first time, slows down. So clearly, he's out of book. We also see the computer evaluation claiming that white has an advantage. And if you go for this white complication line from the white side, you are automatically assuming that your opponent plays the best computer lines because he's also very well prepared. Otherwise, why would he enter this variation? And at some point, you just ignore lines which clearly give advantage according to a computer. So by now, Fabi is on his own. He's definitely calculating the consequences of bishop d6 check. And where do they lead us?
Well, king g7 is forced because bishop d6 really exposes the downside of black's previous move, which has left the queen exposed. Right now, the knight is overextended. It can't capture on d6. And so black is forced to agree to a transition to this endgame. Now, I'm calling it an endgame, but in reality, it's just as crazy as the middle game, right? The queen's taken off the board don't really lend the position all that much clarity. And I guess the big choice here for white is between the straightforward move, which is knight takes a rook. And I don't quite understand why you can't just take the rook. Let me just stop our thinking right there. Black will probably take the bishop. And the biggest X factor in such positions is whether the knight can make its way out of the cave. And I think the answer here is a resounding yes. I mean, after CD, ED, what's wrong with knight C7? And where is black's compensation for the exchange? Now, the engine is pointing out the more subtle move F3. The engine is saying, listen, not only is my knight not in danger, but it's actually pretty happy to chill on A8 for the time being. Let me cover the E4 square and restrict black's knight before dropping my own knight back to C7. This could just end up being an exchange down position for virtually no compensation. Yes, black has a pawn, but that's not enough in an endgame like this.
Not at all. It's kind of shocking, yeah, when we go through the line. I don't really see the difficulty, and probably the reason why Fabi is not taking so much time, that he's very happy that, okay, his approach of going all in. We did hear Abasov's reaction after yesterday's game that he felt like Fabi did not physically recovered from that incredible intense match against Pragg, which also ended tragically for him. However, for this game, Fabi came with a clear intention to try to play as aggressively, as concretely as possible. And it seems to work. Basically, you give bishop d6 check, king g7, you trade on f6, black has to capture back with the king, you take that rook on a8, the bishop has to be captured, and then you see that after c takes d5, ed5, you are even spoiled with a lovely choice between knight c7 and f3. What else can you ask for?
Yeah, and originally I made the point that the endgame is just as chaotic as the middle game. Well, I take that back. I think I jumped to conclusions. You know, once we start looking at the variation, we discovered that it's essentially all forced. You just take, and then you get the knight out of a8, and you're up in exchange. So I think Fabi might be sitting there saying, this has to be too good to be true, because Nijat goes into, you know, one of the sharpest lines known to man. He doesn't blitz out his moves, but he seems to make his moves pretty confidently. And now he's waltzing right into a technically lost endgame, and Fabi will not hold out forever. He's already played bishop d6 check, and he's calling Abasov's bluff on this.
Absolutely. I mean, what on earth is going on? That's what Fabi is thinking about. After yesterday's loss, it looked like a shocking loss. That's it. The match is kind of lost. I'm already exhausted. How am I going to come back? First of all, he gathers all the mental energy to challenge the opponent into the sharpest line possible. He also kind of anticipated. That was already a super touch by Fabi and his team, sensing that, yes, if Abasov wanting to play the Sveshnikov, but he's experiencing some trouble in Rossolimo, he might switch to this other move order. And then Fabi was ready for it. Also, let's not forget, Abasov himself revealed that he has started this World Cup on the 29th of July. So he's already playing almost for a month. How fresh you can be. Yes, we also heard all this incredible interest in Azerbaijan, Baku, thousands of players there, the audience, the spectators, everybody trying to give him the energy. But after all, he's a human. And Fabi hit him at the weak spot. And it does look to us that Fabi has all the chances of taking this match to the tiebreaks.
Absolutely. And I like that Fabi is slowing down. He's being very professional about this. And the reason is because, you know, you can put the puzzle pieces together in different orders. You don't actually have to take the queen on f6 here. You can start by playing knight takes a8, and likely the game will transpose one way or the other into the endgame we were originally discussing, because it's actually not advisable for black to be the one to trade queens. Because remember, white wants the pawn on f3 anyway, because it'll prevent the black knight from jumping back to e4. So this transformation is in white's favor, and knight takes f2. It's also important to point out, black will end up down a piece because white will move the bishop. You can't save both rooks, but you can get black's knight for one of the rooks. And of course, again, you know, the crucial bit is that white's knight evacuates via c7 inevitably, and black is just not in time to scramble his forces. So whichever way you turn, you're either down a piece or you're down an exchange. And Fabiano Caruana will take the simplest, the most direct approach. He trades queens. He will take the rook on a8 most likely. And I really feel like the win at that point will be a matter of technique.
I have the same feeling. And it does not even look like it should be such a difficult technique, because queen takes f6, king takes f6 is forced. Black can't take back with the knight, then the bishop on d6 is not under attack. Yeah, king f6 played. Now the question that will Fabi include the move cd and then capture on a8? It looks like you can do both ways, but if you can already capture that rook, I believe that he's gonna do that. Is it already played? Not yet, but yeah, look at Fabi. He's about to collect that lovely rook.
Abasov is just down an exchange in an endgame. I mean, there's just nothing else to say at this point. You know, once the knight gets out of a8, you know, the tactical element of the position dissipates, and you go from crazy middle game directly into technically winning endgame. Abasov has to be feeling very disappointed right now. I mean, clearly the game is not over. He will fight to the last drop of blood. Abasov has shown tremendous fighting spirit throughout the World Cup, but this could not have been a better 15 moves for Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, it's a dream come true. He was thinking like, how do I get chances to fight back? It's clear we did speak about this. Abasov has mentioned it. Pragg has mentioned it. Everybody is talking about this, that getting that third spot, after all, psychologically, it's so important. Yes, Magnus Carlsen revealed in our broadcast, in our interview, that yes, he definitely seems to not participate in the candidates, but the players can never be 100% sure. And if we talk about the candidates, that we also have to kind of explain to our audience that in order to get ready for a candidate, you have to prepare like 2-3 months at minimum. You have to also plan your tournament agenda accordingly. So making sure that you are already at the end of the summer, at the beginning of September, you know that your April schedule for Toronto candidates is fixed. You will agree on tournaments that suits perfectly your preparation for the tournament. You make sure that you have enough time to work on your openings for a couple of months, because just working on openings for a few weeks gets you more and more confused. It's never enough time. so that there is so much at stake that you guarantee that third spot and you don't have to wait before Magnus finally officially decides what's going to happen.
Well described. And Fabiano Caruana waited for you to finish and then patiently took the rook in the corner. Knight takes a8. Knight takes d6, going for the most straightforward way to pick up the material. And I think that he will play the move f2, f3. I think you'll see that the c7 square is, accessible. The door is open, so you can play knight c7 only after black moves the bishop away from c8. There's no rush to do it. Man, Bobby, what a win this will be on demand. What a storyline if he can come back and then win the tiebreaker tomorrow. Because after yesterday's game, he was reeling. That was an uncharacteristic blunder by Fabi. Abasov seemed at some point to have it psychologically maybe in the pocket, but no. Players like Fabiano Caruana, they never quit. They always find the inner strength to bounce back and put up a serious resistance. Okay, shall we go back to our marquee matchup, our championship matchup? I will say the position hasn't gotten that much more interesting, but we know that there are hundreds of thousands of fans literally holding their breath, cheering on their favorite player. Have we any additional intrigue in this position?
Let's take it from there where we left it. After bishop d3, bishop e6, Magnus has anyway played the move king f1. Pragg has played the move rook f8, so it could have happened from rook f8, check, king f1, bishop e6. Everything fairly normal. The big question was, how does Magnus wants to deal with his problem on the a2 pawn? The answer is quite clear because he has played the move b3. Black follows it up with a very natural move, rook d8. White sidestep with the rook. The rook d1, rook a1 combo was not so nice. Yeah, white has to shift his rooks out from the corner. h6, rook a d1, king f8, f3, bishop b4, attacking the rook, and rook e4, the last move from Magnus.
And I think a phrase that you used in an earlier broadcast is very pertinent here. The price of a move, right? In any position, the price of a move can be very, very high. So in the Abasov Caruana game, a single mistake, a single inaccuracy can lead you from a dynamically balanced position to a lost position. That's literally what happens. But here the price of a move is pretty low. And the way that manifests itself is in almost every position, you could have 3 or 4 different ways to keep the balance. So for example, here, you can play a7, a5 and support the bishop. You can drop the bishop back to d6. I mean, you could even play an awkward move that Pragg probably won't play, like bishop to e7, and you're actually not really changing the evaluation of the position that much. At absolute worst, you might end up in a very slightly unpleasant position, but this is a pretty low-pressure situation for both players here, but especially for Pragg.
I feel the same. Somehow to me the move bishop d6 looks like the most natural way of not dealing with the issue, because there is no issue, but just you want to have some clarity. Of course, there is another way, a completely different approach that says, you know what, you have done absolutely nothing. I even don't want to trade pieces. Let me even put the bishop on c3. It's a slightly more ambitious move. The reason why it also, again, does not change anything, that probably if white wants, he can just force trades with bishop e5.
Yep.
And after bishop e5, rook e5, we might be, again, very much in the same shoes like if black would have fallen back with the bishop to d6.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't... I would caution the disappointed chess fan from concluding that the players are just sort of going through the motions and phoning it in. Again, we come back to the fact that Magnus not at 100% physically, making a conscious decision and following through on it. But from Pragg's perspective, he knows that one small inaccuracy and this game can drag on for a couple of hours, and that's the last thing you want, to have to hold even a very slightly worse position against arguably the greatest endgame player of all time. So really good job by Pragg to take his time on every move, make sure that he's not giving Magnus Carlsen any ideas about extending this game any longer than it should go. I think we're likely going to see bishop d6 as well. It just seems like such a simple move that clarifies the situation. Nope. It seems like he's gone to c5 instead. So he's gone one square above d6.
Yeah, it's slightly surprising. I don't know exactly what the bishop is doing on c5. And okay, let's take a look, because this was the position, and Pragg has moved his bishop from c5 to b4, hitting the rook.
Oh, so that's a draw offer.
Yes. It's kind of a draw offer. Yeah, rook e4, bishop c5, but I don't know. Somehow, something tells me that Magnus is not the type of person who would repeat like this. He probably doesn't mind the draw, but he wants to play a cleaner move. That's my guess.
So you think he might play something like an expanding move on the king side, or what kind of moves come to mind here for white instead of rook e1?
Difficult to say, because the top line of the engine, g4, is, I think, out of question. You don't want to weaken your structure. The pawn on f3 will be vulnerable. That's clearly not a move. The big question is, does he have a natural kind of move that improves the, for example, a move like rook de1? Could we play the move rook de1?
Absolutely. And it's a very low risk move. What happens if black plays bishop d5 here and tries to get all the rooks off the board?
Yes.
Probably a draw.
Good question.
Probably a draw.
Yes.
A draw happens. Yeah.
Yes, like in hundreds or thousands of different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically then it's understandable that Pragg, first of all, wants to clarify the situation that, okay, I have offered you a repetition. The position is dead draw. Do you really want to finish the game, or are you interested in playing? Because it's also often very important to clarify this situation. Yeah, you can't be playing and the move rook d1 played by Magnus. Okay, we're gonna see bishop d5. We're gonna see all the rook trades on e8. And then we see what's gonna happen next.
And yeah, likely that draw offer will happen once the rooks are all off the board, because at that point, I mean, there is literally nothing left to play for. Bishop d5 is a very clean move, right? It forces white's hand. What you don't want to do is start treading water here and giving white a chance to make these small improving moves, right? You give white a bunch of tempi, and then maybe Magnus does contemplate, a setup like g4 or h4 and king g2. So if you can go for a more forcing option, you want to go for a more forcing option. Of course, bishop d5, you have to check the tactics. You have to make sure that there's no bishop d6 related shenanigans, but black controls all of the important squares, all of the important diagonals, and Pragg will not waste a second longer on unnecessary decision-making. Bishop d5 on the board. We are trading rooks, and we are heading straight down the path of a rapid tiebreaker tomorrow.
Yes, and this is the point of the format, yeah, that with two draws, after 1-1, we're gonna get a dramatic tiebreak. I somehow also felt like if today some of the player wins, then we are missing out on so much action, so much drama. Maybe also the players felt this way. Certainly Pragg with the black pieces had to think about the game only, not about the result, just to make sure that you are at your best. But knowing Magnus, that he loves rapid blitz chess very much, he loves tie breaks, it's kind of an understandable decision that he's happy taking this match and this World Cup into that grand finale tomorrow.
And it's a silver lining for all of the chess fans who took time out of their day and watch this game. Yes, it is a bit of a disappointment that we didn't get a more dynamic game, but there's always a positive side, and the positive side is that we get some incredibly exciting rapid play action tomorrow. Of course, let's not jump the gun here. They're still playing, but at this point, I think the result is not in question. Pragg exchanges the second pair of rooks, and king e7 is a very careful move. He brings his king up to the center. Bishop c8 is a paper tiger. You can just move the b pawn up one square or even two squares. There is nothing to fear on the queen side.
Nothing at all. The body language of the players also signals that they know that the game is coming to an end. There is not much to play for. If it's black to move, black probably going to play bishop e6. Yes, on the board already.
c4, bishop e6, and who will be the one to do the honors? Who will be the one extending their hand?
Capture on e6. I think it's again one of those situations when the players will look at each other.
Yep. I think we're moments away. We're moments away from a handshake. And that means moments away from our job continuing tomorrow. And I'm secretly happy, Peter. I don't think anybody watching will begrudge me the point that I really did want, deep inside, I wanted a rapid tiebreaker, because what a fitting end this would be to this epic event. As we see h3, h5, Magnus might play g4 here. He might move his king up, but that's it. I mean, these moves are purely symbolic at this point.
Yeah, king e2 played, h3, h5 played before. Black puts everything on the light squares, of course.
There we go.
White has the dark squared bishop. Handshake, draw agreed.
Wow. Well, that kind of game arc, I don't think anybody quite expected. They do make it to 30 moves, but the result of the game was essentially determined by Magnus Carlsen's opening choice. He plays a bailout line, the 4 knights, with this e5 variation, leading immediately to a very balanced endgame, and a great job by Pragg, maintaining his composure, playing very accurately, not giving Magnus any unnecessary chances to extend the game.
I think we also saw there a very nice episode that Magnus and Pragg tried to discuss some finesses of the position, and then Magnus made like this, that, okay, yes, whatever, I mean, it would not have been decisive. Yeah, it was fantastic to see this.
Well, obviously, we wish Magnus a speedy recovery. We hope that he comes tomorrow feeling 100%, and he will have to, because, like you said, Pragg has been no slouch whatsoever in the rapid format. He has shown not only great resilience, as displayed in his match against Eric Geisy, where he had to bounce back multiple times, but also just complete cold-bloodedness, such as in his conversion against Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces, and then his subsequent game with the white pieces, which was an excellent, a sparkling positional display. So what a rapid tiebreaker this is going to be tomorrow. 7 a.m. New York time. Mark your calendars, folks. This is unmissable action coming your way on tomorrow's broadcast. And as we look at our only remaining game, this is the third place match between Fabiano Caruana and Nijat Abasov. A very problematic situation for the Azeri Grandmaster. He seems to be on the cusp already of losing the second game, and he will also have to earn his bread and earn his third place finish in a tiebreaker tomorrow. As Abasov ponders the best way to make Fabi's job difficult, we will go on another break. Our championship match is already in the books. The 2 classical games have both ended in a draw, which means that Pragg and Carlsen will meet again tomorrow to decide the winner over a set of rapid and potentially blitz games. Folks, do not go anywhere. We will have more coverage of this third place match on the other side of this short break.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and endgame. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
The fifth event of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour, the CCT, the Julia's Bar Generation Cup, begins Wednesday, August the 30th. With only 2 events left in the tour, many players remain eager to clinch a spot in December's finals. Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana both look to secure their first victory of the CCT, but they will face stiff competition from someone named Magnus Carlsen and Norbek Abdusatorov, who have both already claimed CCT trophies this year. Meanwhile, teenager Denis Lazovic makes his Division 1 debut after a triumphant performance in Division 2 of the Aim Chess Rapid. Folks, do not miss the Julia's Bar Generation Cup. Use CCT, that's exclamation mark CCT, in chat for all of the details. August 30th. Okay, Nijat Abasov. We see his concentrated expression there. He has a lot of concentrating to do if he wants to pull out a miracle save after a disastrous opening in which he has lost an exchange and now stares down the barrel of a technically losing endgame. Fabiano Caruana on the cusp of winning on demand and forcing this third place match into the tiebreaker, Peter.
Yes, and your move f2 fc on the board. Fabiano has, let's just check what happened. Knight takes a8, knight takes d6, c takes d5, e takes d5, and Fabi has made that calm little move f3, making sure that he does not give any counterplay after knight c7, knight e4 to his opponent. Then suddenly black's knights start jumping, and since he did realize that he has all the time in the world, he can afford to make the move f3, because knight is anyway in time to jump out. I was trying to find the way that, practically speaking, what could be the construction, how black could believe that he can put the toughest resistance. One of the setups that catch my eyes to play bishop e6, and after knight c7 to go knight e7. I feel like holding on to this d5 pawn, making sure that somehow, if I can, to force a trade on e6, get this f takes e6 structure and then rely on this knight on e7, knight d6, d5, e6 construction. The problem is that computer is merciless. He indicates that the move h4 is very strong. Otherwise, I would feel like black could have set up kind of a stable construction. Of course, white is clearly better, but black wants to fight, but not against a computer.
My gosh, the computer is so annoying. It just keeps poking and prodding and asking questions. You know, to me, in a blitz game, I would probably automatically play knight c7 to b5 instead, just trying to clarify the situation. but you run the risk of getting a situation where white has no clear way to make progress. Like after the exchange of knights, white does have this problem of weak queenside pawns. He's got 2 pawn islands. The king has to remain tied down to the c3 pawn. And after something like king b2, black can kind of put all hands on deck with a move like rook c5, overprotecting the d5 pawn, and kind of sit, right? h6, and then black can kind of just sit. And actually converting this position, I think, is exceedingly difficult, which makes it necessary for white to seize the opportunity to play h4 and shatter black's kingside pawns while he still has the chance, and while black has not consolidated all of his pieces. Because h6, Peter, this is the crucial detail. After h6, h takes g5 check, black cannot recapture with the pawn because of the vulnerable nature of the rook on h8. If black is allowed to remove this rook to c8, then h4 loses a lot of its luster.
Yes, exactly. And now, so after rook c8, which would be kind of the logical follow-up, h takes g5 check clearly destroys black construction. King takes g5, knight takes e6 check, f takes e6, and even white has the move rook takes h7. Whenever white's rooks enter the game, it's automatically a winning position. And it's all about the timing. h4 had to be foreseen by FIDE. We did see that he spent quite some time deciding on this cd f3 move order. And Abasov is trying to ask himself that, all right, this has gone really bad so far, but how can I make my opponent's life as hard as possible?
You can also try to approach this tactically and strike at the center with d4. I don't feel like that's a very human move because it gives white, not only does it just give away the d5 pawn, but it also allows white to establish this passed pawn in the center. But maybe d4, c takes d4 can be followed up with, I don't know, knight f5 or something, trying to kind of surround the center with knights. I don't really know exactly what the idea is after c takes d4, which shows us the danger of parroting the computer assessments. But Peter, yeah, you want to go knight c7 here, don't you?
Exactly. I want to play knight c7. I want to rely on the pin. And I'm claiming that, any kind of opening up the position like d5, d4 should benefit white in the long terms because the rooks will be much more powerful. That was the reason why my instinct was to try to keep the position as close as possible with bishop e6, knight e7, and eventually provoking that trade on e6, making sure that there won't be a single open file for white rooks. That was the main strategy, how I felt like it's the only way to try to set up problems. But of course, computers, h4 destroyed my dreams of some fortress.
And if you try after bishop e6, oh, it doesn't work. I keep forgetting that after bishop e6, knight c7, the knight is making contact with the bishop. So after knight e7, h4, in my mind, I thought that g4 keeps things closed on the king's side. But it's very important that white can take the bishop on e6 and then simply take on g4. And black is just losing too much material. I mean, even this maybe offers some practical chances after knight e4, but very, very minimal. And with an hour on his clock, I just don't really see Abasov pulling off a miracle here.
Yes, these lines are very direct. There's not much to calculate from white's side. Yeah, that's also the big problem for the defender, because as a defender you want to create some scenarios where your opponent can see ghosts, that he's not sure, it looks like winning, but we are no computers, there is not enough clarity. And finally the move knight f5 had been played by Abasov. Actually it's the top choice of the computer, but I still don't see what it changes, because knight f5 will be met by knight c7. The knight is heading towards the d5 square, and we might transpose to this d5, d4 line after knight c7.
Of course, white should refrain from rook takes d5 on account of bishop e6 with a double attack against the rook and the knight. Much more important to evacuate the knight than it is to grab the pawn on d5. So we will, in fact, see, as you're arguing, knight c7, and Nijat will play, I think, d4. We will get likely an exchange of pawns in the center. And if you reason in the abstract, an open center favors the side that's up in exchange. If white has 2 rooks and black has 1, you want the files in the center to be opened up. On the other hand, Nijat is trying to eradicate his biggest pawn weakness on d5. So I think this is as good of a defensive attempt as any, but I'm totally with you. I don't really think this changes the fundamental character of the position.
Yeah, he opts for knight f5. I think also signals, at least it signals to me that he had foreseen that white has this very powerful idea of going for h4. He wants to make sure that, yes, okay, I'm anyway opening up things. So the line after knight f5, knight c7, d4 could follow c takes d4 or knight d5 check. I mean, any of these moves would be natural. I'm tempted to give a check, but at the same time, it runs into king e5 and the knight on d5 is a bit vulnerable. So let's take cd4.
Yep.
What is your take, Danya? How do you believe? Do you take with knight f or with knight c? No, knight c you can't even.
Knight c, you run into g4. Oh my gosh, that's a cold shower. I also was going to say knight f takes d4 to open up a diagonal, at least the f5 square for black's light squared bishop. But white can sort of beat him to the punch with bishop d3, saying, yeah, you can develop your bishop to f5, but then you're going to have to allow more exchanges. And the more the position simplifies, I think the easier it is to convert for white. Caruana's already played knight c7. I just don't see this happening for Nijat.
Yeah, it's so easy for white. Yeah, it's...
Right.
I mean, you have grabbed that exchange and you went unpunished. Now the knight is returning. The knight will even come into play with a check on d5. Clearly, black will push that pawn, so we won't be able to capture that pawn with check, but the knight is coming back. The bishop is just one move away of being developed to d3. And the king on f6 is also vulnerable. White will have that extra tempo. I just don't see enough dynamic for black to claim any compensation.
Absolutely. And, it's too early, I think, to make a post-mortem, because the literal meaning of that word is, an analysis after death. And Abasov hasn't died yet. He is going to keep fighting. And the technical task that stands before Fabiano Caruana is not elementary, right? He still has to actually convert. He has to activate his rooks, and he has to score the full point here. But the likeliest outcome by far is a victory for white. And that would mean something went really wrong with Nijat Abasov's opening homework. Somewhere in his analysis, he either forgot to check Caruana's line diligently enough, or he forgot something within his analysis. Which scenario do you think is more likely?
The question is that how much is Nijat into, and we have the time to go back, I believe, and it's very important to discuss that. During the whole tournament, Nijat was relying on second move knight c6, not fearing the Rossolimo. He has had a game against Anish Giri, he had it against Svidler, he had it against Magnus Carlsen, so he was very much into it. But after winning yesterday's game and sensing that, yes, we know exactly that Fabiano, with his tremendous experience of the World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen, where Rossolimo was debated in great depths on the very highest level with all the supercomputers, and Fabiano in a must-win situation, and he kind of sensed that Fabi's energy level might be shaky at that moment. He sensed that it could be a wise choice to come up with a surprise. However, it completely backfired. I'm pretty sure that he has played this four knights position before with black, but maybe not recently. And knowing these kind of lines, we did see that after long castle, he started pausing. And this is the moment when you start pausing over the board, it's just impossible to understand what's happening. You remember you asked me that maybe, Peter, you can show something. I said, no, thank you very much. Danya, you have all the information. Let me pass it on to you. It's not a situation that happens too often with me. But this position without preparation just makes it impossible to explain what's really going on.
And I think it's particularly annoying, and particularly Abasov is going to have this annoying, guilty feeling where you're kicking yourself and you're saying, man, if I had only done my homework a little bit more diligently, I could have seen, the full point or at least half a point being scored. Because I checked this position a little bit once again with the computer during the break, and I was revisiting some of my analysis. And I think Black is not worse. If Black handles the complications well, if Black plays the move e5 in this position, at the highest depth, the engine is giving pretty favorable assessments for Black. And Black actually scores very well in this line. So for instance, e5, typically White plays knight takes d5. And here the move f5 leads to an objectively equal position, which in many cases ends in perpetual check. So if Abasov had made those moves on the board, I think very likely he would have been able to score at least a draw and carry this match. So that was the difference, right? Something went wrong somewhere along the line. He forgot to check this line. And after queen e7, it was already really, really bad. It was downhill from there.
Also, I somehow believe that we have seen exactly this moment when Fabiano played the move c3, c4. He looked so excited. It kind of signaled that he knew that, wow, okay, the biggest test, the biggest fear that Black will know everything and will play with compute precision has passed. There is a golden opportunity. And after c4, queen f6, c3, things have become even better for White. Things took a fourth direction. And after the g5, bishop d6 check, this is a dream come true for White. No more complications. No more nightmares, no more ghosts, whatever. You're just gonna trade the pieces and end up being an exchange down. I mean, an exchange up. Black has nothing at all to really hope that he can survive this. It's clear a technical issue. Fabiano is taking his time. One thing is clear, that he is very happy and delighted what he has on the board.
Yeah, this was a gift. And man, this 4-knight Sicilian, whether it was in the hands of Alexei Caruana or in the hands of Nijat Abasov, has not been favorably received here at the World Cup. But at this point, with the queens off the board, like you're saying, Black's chances are continuing to dwindle. Folks, if you're just joining us, we obviously had two games to start the day. We had our championship game between Magnus Carlsen and Pragg. Their first game ended in a very balanced draw yesterday, and Magnus almost immediately forcing a bailout, a queen trade right out of the opening. And the second match game ended in a draw about 15 minutes ago. So they will contest the rapid and blitz tiebreaker to determine the World Cup winner tomorrow. So definitely mark your calendars. That game has already taken place, and that is why we are focused on this second match game of the third place match, which Fabiano Caruana has to win in order to stay in this match.
Yeah, the big question now for Fabiano, I understand why he's thinking. It's so tempting to play elegantly, and elegantly means knight d5 check. It's kind of a move that you want to play. Also asking Black, where do you go? I do believe that king e5 is the only test, especially knowing that Black needs to make a draw. You have to create counterplay. If you just let White stabilize, White will convert this position very easily. And a move like c4, cementing that knight on d5, often a very nice idea, but not under these circumstances. Black immediately gets something to play for. Again, White's rooks won't be really participating in the game. Black even has ideas of going king d6, maybe putting the king to c5, eventually piling up on the pawn on c4 with knight e5, knight d6. We don't want this to happen. So the knight check on d5 is kind of tempting, but I do believe that White should refrain from it. Just keep it simple. Capture the pawn on d4. Make sure that the files are open for the rooks, and then you can give knight d5 check any moment. Besides, there is no need for it. You can continue it with bishop d3, rook h1.
I think that was a great illustration and an important general point about converting these types of positions. Your primary allegiance should be to simple chess, right? Moves that are based on fundamental principles. If you have an extra exchange, open up the files. Fancy moves in chess should only be played when the simple approach, the straightforward approach fails or doesn't yield the satisfactory result. But if you have c takes d4 and it's not hard to calculate it out, then in general, you should try to conserve time. But, knight d5 check is very forcing, so it's totally understandable why Fabi is attracted to that move and might be giving it a little bit more attention than he normally would. Still, I don't see him refraining from c takes d4. It's such a clear, straightforward path that, I feel like it's only a matter of maybe a couple of seconds. I feel like he's close to making his move here.
Yes, I have the same feeling. And I would just very quickly highlight that knight d5 would be tempting if we could follow up after king e5 with bishop c4, aiming to target that black king with a very quick rook he1 check. However, there's a tactic. After bishop c4, black has the move bishop e6, and suddenly again we see that white's knight is vulnerable after a move like rook he1, king d6. We might be losing material. It's due to the pin. We have trouble saving that knight. Those are the things that if you see that the fancy stuff does not work, you spend 1 minute, 2 minutes max, and then you get back to your senses. You ask yourself the question, do I need this? The answer is a definite no. And let's just keep things simple.
Without question. I'm a little bit surprised, Magnus. Fabiano is now spending 9 minutes and counting on this move. I would have imagined that he would spend, 2-3 minutes looking at knight d5 check. Okay, doesn't seem to work. Let's go c takes d4. But I think perhaps also tied into Fabi's thinking time is his understanding that this is a gift. This is a golden opportunity, and you do not want to spoil the technical conversion here with a single sloppy move. And he has played the move bishop to b5. Whoa. Fancy schmancy.
Yes, it's a surprise. It's kind of an understandable move, that white wants to develop the bishop. Let's forget about the question mark. It's a absolutely normal move. It's only that c takes d4 looked very natural and good enough.
Yeah.
After bishop b5, there are at least some lines to consider. For example, knight e3. That's a move. The knight jumps with the tempo, hitting the rook, also eyeing the g2 pawn. Besides, what I like in knight e3 even more, that it stops any kind of knight d5 checks. And eventually some bishop d7, rook c8 might follow. Something to calculate. Why did Fabi feel the need to go for this?
Well, maybe he's attracted to the position after rook d2. And he feels that, first of all, white, of course, wants to play c takes d4. And the critical line is d takes c3. But now the knight on e3 loses the support of the pawn. And after rook e2, I think this might be the line that Fabi relied on. The knight has to drop back. It's also important that knight d4 doesn't work because the bishop on b5 is protected by the knight on c7. So white can simply take on e3. After knight f5, I think white should start with bishop takes c6, get rid of that knight, ruin black's pawn structure, and then bring the other rook into position 1. And that resulting position might even be completely winning for white because black has zero activity that he can attain with his minor pieces. But the problem, I think, what Fabi might have underestimated is that in this position, the knight on c7 is a lot more of a liability than it appears. And that is connected to the fact that the d5 square is now taken away, as you pointed out, Peter, by black's knight. And bishop d7 is a really nasty move because rook c8 is a massive threat and white is liable to lose his knight.
Yes, and the lines that I'm seeing, first of all, bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, rook takes d4 is not a nice simplification because black can anyway follow it up with rook c8. The knight on c7 is a lot of trouble. Black got a monster bishop on c6. That's certainly not the idea. The computer's line after bishop d7 goes rook e1, rook c8. It's a forcing line. Rook takes e3, the typical fancy stuff from computer. However, black is not forced to take on e3, which allows rook takes d7. But black captures on c7, and still there is a lot of tension in the position. I'm not happy about this. And look at this. Fabi, after making his move bishop b5, usually after you spend quite a lot of time, you get up, you are somehow happy that you have made your choice. He's sitting at the board. Isn't he getting a bit worried?
He must be. I mean, and how often does this happen where the moment that you release a piece, you realize that there was some detail, there was some move that you missed, and nowhere is your vision of the board as clear as right after you have pressed the clock. Suddenly, all of the truths of life and the mysteries of the universe are revealed to you, but somehow you're completely blind to them until you make the move on the board. It's an incredible paradox that we can all relate to, no matter our rating. But Abasov has to seize this opportunity. And in order to seize this opportunity, he has to keep his hopes up. He has to realize that Fabi might be nervous, right? He might be nervous that he has this chance to convert. And that anxiety has appeared to lead Fabi astray and has caused them to overcook it with bishop b5. Now, pawn takes c3, I think, is out of the question here because of knight d5. What exactly is White's intended response? Just knight d5 check and then knight takes c3? Is it as simple as that?
I think so, yes. It's kind of very nice. Everything is stabilized. I don't see black ever going d takes c3 in this position. And we also see the body language of Abasov as if it had changed. I somehow sense that before he was sitting there, that with the thoughts, how I ended up in this position, what happened, this should have not happened. And now suddenly he feels that there is something to think about. And this line of going knight e3, bishop d7, yes, it requires precise calculation. He still has enough time to do that. Certainly gives you the feeling that this is my only chance. If I'm not using this chance, I'm simply going to lose this game without much of a fight. We don't know how bad is knight e3, bishop d7, but the question is much more that this gives me chance, this gives me hope, and also makes my opponent's life much more difficult.
And I don't really understand Fabi's choice from two perspectives. The first perspective is, okay, c takes d4 is a simple move, and it's an easy move to evaluate. The second is, okay, what exactly did he miss or underestimate? Because knight e3, finding a move like this, I think, is made a lot easier by the fact that there really aren't that many appealing alternatives, right? If you're scanning this position for possible sources of counterplay, well, pretty quickly you stumble on the knight on c7 because this is White's only vulnerable piece. And you tell yourself, okay, well, the knight wants to escape through d5. So knight e3 just comes to mind a priori. It's a totally logical move. The hard part is finding the cold-blooded bishop d7, but that is also well within Abasov skill level because the only way to attack the knight is with a rook on c8. So I think logical reasoning allows you to tease out this sequence, and I'm starting to wonder what and where Fabiano miscalculated.
Yes, basically I'm trying to understand what went through his mind. I have the feeling that the reason why he could have missed the move bishop d7 is the following. With bishop b5, he probably convinced himself that, okay, knight e3 is probably forced. We're going to play rook d2. Now I'm threatening to capture on c6 and eliminate that d4 pawn. Mm-hmm. And because of this, black most probably has to take d takes c3. And then rook e2. Thank you very much. This is a perfect outcome. Why do I have to opt for simple c takes d4 instead of bishop b5? I somehow have this feeling that those were his thoughts. And now, after, as you said, once you release the move, yeah, all the tension is gone, and all this speculation that should I choose this move over the other move, then you get clarity because you have already made the move. The tension is gone, and then you see the position with a very fresh eye, and then suddenly it hits you immediately that, come on, hang on, but this whole bishop takes c6 operation is very nice if black is forced to capture with the pawn. Mm-hmm. But if black is able to capture with the bishop, then forget about it, because the knight on c7 remains in a dire straits, and the bishop on c6 is a monster which can definitely guarantee long-term compensation even if things are not working out move per move.
I think that's a very plausible explanation. That must be it. And this pain of waiting for your opponent inevitably to make the move because Abasov is going to find it is agonizing. Because Fabi is repeating to himself, man, I could have just played CD. I could have avoided all of this with a simple move. And he saw the move C takes D4. Obviously, this was probably the first move that he was tempted to play, but he outthinked himself. And suddenly, we've got a game of chess here to be played. And this rook d2, bishop d7, rook e1 variation, Peter, appears to be the only way for white to preserve any semblance of an objective advantage. But this is a completely different level of conversion. If it was something like 70-30 in favor of white converting after c takes d4, now I think it's much closer to 50-50. Or maybe even 60-40 in black's favor. I don't know.
I even had the feeling that after CD4 it looked like 90-10. I just didn't really believe that long terms black has any chances. Just natural play, and yes, it will require some time. On the other hand, now look at the body language. Abasov is sitting at the board. He is not standing up, not going for a walk. He feels that, okay, this is a golden opportunity. He played the move knight e3, obviously sensing the moment that there is bishop d7. Also, Fabi's body language, he's not blitzing out the basically only move rook d2. He's now in full concentration mode. It tells it all.
That's so alarming, right? That's such an alarming sign when the automatic move is delayed, which tells us all we need to know, as you're saying. It tells us Fabi knows exactly what he missed. He knows what Abasov's next move is. And the funny thing is, if you don't find rook e1, rook takes e3, you might even be worse after black plays rook c8. So suddenly, it becomes a 3-result game. And I think Fabi will find this idea. But, man, what a turnaround and what just a shocking sequence.
Yeah, when we expected it the least, it looked like it's a very natural endgame from white side, that you collected the material and you have been able to bring that knight back. That's usually the headache. All the rest is kind of a matter of technique on this level. And then the nerves. The nerves came at Fabi. He wanted to seal the game even faster, even easier than just playing c takes d4. And now he is paying the price. Let's talk about this line. We did mention that the computer believes that rook d2, bishop d7, rook e1 is very much the only way for white to fight for advantage. Black's move rook c8 is thematic. Yeah. White takes rook takes e3. Black takes rook takes e7. Now the big problem is that white can't take cd4 because of knight takes d4 check, a discover check, winning the bishop on b5. So white has to make a mysterious move, which is already very difficult to find. But we believe that Fabi, after spending a lot of time, will calm down and be able to spot rook e4. But how obvious is this position? Suddenly there is so much tactic. White's pieces are vulnerable. The rook on c7 eyeing the king on c1. This is not looking like an easy conversion at all.
Not at all. And, to me, we see that bishop f5 is the computer choice here, but d takes c3. Put yourself in Fabi's shoes. After dc, black technically has a material advantage. Black has 2 pawns and the knight for the exchange. After rook d6, check, king g7, it not easy to figure out what's going on here, because if white plays rook to c4, then I guess black plays the simple a6. And one way or the other, you could get, after the exchange on c6, a situation where black essentially is a fortress, right? This construction, Peter, with the pawn on a6 and b7 on the light squares, supported by the bishop, is, as solid as a bunker. And on the king side, black's got this very well-positioned pawn on g5, which is completely restricting the mobility of white's kingside pawns. You could plant a pawn on h6, you could advance it to h4, and this, I think, is an eminently drawable endgame, even if Fabi would torture Nijat for a bunch of time here. And this is the inferior move, right? This is what happens after DC. If Abasov plays this even more accurately, he might get a better version of this type of endgame after bishop f5, which appears to be the most accurate way to force white to take on c6.
Yeah, this is a shocking development. It's before it really looked like it's going to be a trivial conversion for Fabi, and now he is in for a type of position where before I would believe that okay, it's 90-10, yeah, for the conversion. However, if black gets that bishop versus the rook and the extra pawn, this cemented bishop on c6, practically speaking, that is very drawish. It's really a big question if white will even pose enough problems for black. I'm very worried now for Fabi and his fans.
And all of this is predicated on Fabi finding this rook e1, rook takes c3 idea. And if you're not in the right frame of mind, this is not a guarantee, right? It's an idea that Fabi should find even in a rapid game. But if you're reeling from your previous blunder, if you're castigating yourself for not playing a simpler move, if all of this is swimming around in your head, it makes it more difficult to think with a clear head. And my question is, after rook d2, bishop d7, what is the difference between the top move and the second best move? Does white have any other way to keep the advantage? I think so. There is the immediate bishop takes c6, but we talked about this, right? Bishop c6, rook d4, rook c8, and I think there's a very important subtlety, Peter. White as king d2 looks like, okay, I'm attacking the knight, and I'm going to get my knight through to d5, but no, knight f5. And we might have had this position on the board as well. Knight d3 check. Oh, this is beautiful. King g7. Rook d3 finally looks like white's out of the woods. I mean, what could possibly go wrong here? But bishop b5, and the rook is suddenly trapped. Man, nothing going right for white here. He has to go c4, and white does keep the extra exchange, but you're going to have to drop a bunch of pawns, and black's minor pieces are ultra active. So without rook e1, white isn't even better.
Looking at this line, I might get the impression that could it be that Fabi has counted on this? Counted that, against bishop d7, I have all these forcing lines, and finally he just stopped one move early and missed the move bishop b5. Okay, we are just speculating. We are trying to understand, make sense of how a player of Fabi's caliber could have played the move bishop b5. It's clear that he did not miss the move knight e3. He had missed something, and now he's posing. He's in horror. He's in shock that somewhere something was missed, and he doesn't know what to do.
File is cursed for Fabi, the b5 and b4 squares, because yesterday the move that lost him the game was queen b4, I think. And today it's bishop to b5. There's just something wrong with those two squares. And crazy, honestly, crazy that Fabi refrains from c takes d4. And it would also be a little crazy to me that he would rely on a very narrow tactical line, a line that he knows is predicated on very accurate calculation, when, again, we keep returning to the same fact. He has this very simple option that requires almost no calculation, right? All you have to do is evaluate that resulting position, but there isn't much to evaluate either, right? You know that you're getting your knight away from c7. You know that you're getting your bishop out to d3. So if we come back to this line, right, this is what Fabi rejected in favor of the move bishop b5, a position like this where you have so many easy ways to improve your position, and you're pointing out 3 of them. You could fill a volume with all of the ways that white could continue to pressure black's center. Really, really shocking development here, no matter how you approach it.
Yes, it's. I mean, I'm not even sure what to say. I'm just feeling so sorry for Fabi that he had a golden opportunity and now he made his life so difficult.
Yep.
That practically after knight e3, he first of all has to even find the way how to stabilize an advantage. But no matter which kind of stabilizing advantages, reach this endgame where black will have a monster bishop on c6 with fantastic drawing chances. I believe that in some rapid blitz games, you would just pick black in a sense that, of course, I will much prefer to just have draws to make draw with the black pieces rather than with white to try to win that position. Finally, rook d2 on the board.
On the board, I mean, that was the only move. And Fabi spent probably 6 or 7 of the 10 minutes of thinking time, just coming to terms with the fact that he either overlooked or seriously underestimated the move bishop d7. I think Nejat is going to play this move in under a minute.
It would be very nice also to keep the pressure on Fabi.
Yep.
On the other hand, if he feels that this is such an important moment, and look at this, yeah, he's very much focused. He understands that if it's true what he sees, yeah, that bishop d7 gives him serious chances, then practically speaking, he's back into the game. And all the pressure is on Fabi. If he's not winning, then he's losing the match. There is tremendous pressure on Fabiano, and Nejat got a second life in this game.
For sure. And he has already spent over a minute, but I don't think he's going to spend 10, because from Black's perspective, you have to evaluate the move DC. But once you realize that it's unacceptable to leave the knight on e3 without a defender, and it's also unacceptable to allow bishop takes c6, b takes c6, because then the knight on c7 is kind of shrouded in a protective layer, it doesn't leave you with any other choices. And I personally find it infuriating when I miss something and it's not hard to find because there's nothing else to do. Like, process of elimination forces you to play the move bishop d7.
Yes, it makes so much sense. Okay, one thing we have to say that, yes, bishop d7 does invite this lovely tactic with rook e1 followed by rook takes e3, exactly because of that bishop on d7. But the nice response that after rook c8, rook takes e3, we are able to capture that knight on c7, and white has all the hanging pieces in that position is really attractive for white. You just sense that there is something going on. I have a chance.
And Abasov has to be feeling a kind of euphoria, because that, there's been a mood shift between both players. Okay, he knows he's still worse. He knows he still has a long and arduous defensive process ahead of him, but it's a process he believes has a fighting chance of success. Whereas earlier, it's not that he was making token moves before resigning. He wasn't there yet, but I think realistically, he didn't hold out that much hope. His body language has also changed. You called it, Peter. He's at the board. He's super focused. And Fabi hasn't gotten up a single time since he invested that thinking time on bishop b5. That tells us everything we need to know about how far off what Fabi was planning this game is going.
Yes, very difficult to even think what Fabi feels right now, a part of the shock. Yeah, this is a certain shock effect. Before it looked like a technical win, easy tactic, and bishop d7 on the board.
Yep. It only took him 3 minutes to play the move, and he will get up from the board again. And I think Abasov is no longer getting up because he's disgusted with his position. I think he's getting up now because he's excited at his position. And, it's a way of channeling that nervous energy, but nervous energy now in a positive sense. I would almost call it excited energy from Nejat Abasov now.
For sure. Yeah, this is an incredible opportunity, shocking turnaround. It did feel like, yes, he was ready to prolong the battle, but without much belief that he can survive this game. Maybe even psychologically getting ready that, oh my God, I had this great opportunity. I won this game yesterday, but now we are heading towards the tiebreak. And now what we are seeing, you can forget about the tiebreak. You have to focus only at this position, because you know exactly that this is a chance. The tiebreak is very far away. Rook c8 is coming. White has to solve many tactical problems. He needs to navigate through all these jungles, make tough decisions. Black is very much back into the game.
Yeah, what an incredible turnaround. This took place over the span of only 2 moves. And now Fabi has to find the move rook h1 to e1 with this idea of taking on e3, exploiting the undefended nature of Black's bishop in order to keep any winning chances alive. And he has already carried out that move. This is obviously a pretty basic idea, made all the more basic by the fact that rook c8 was a devastating threat. And we will see an exchange of knights. I'm sure Nejat was hoping, in some dark corner of his mind that Caruana would panic and miss rook e1, but this is Fabiano Caruana we're talking about. Rook c8.
Rook c8 played. Rook takes e3 will be also blitzed out. Exactly.
And
Fabi
rook takes
goes for
c7.
it.
Now,
Rook takes c7 will be played as well.
yeah, d takes c3, rook takes d7, knight e5 is a thought, but white's knight can drop back to d5 with check. And it's very important that white's bishop is holding the e2 square. So black's pawn is completely a paper tiger. Nijat is going to spend, a moment to calculate that line because you do not want to squander such an opportunity. Rook c7, also very important, as you're pointing out, hitting the rook on c8, and white finally consolidates his extra piece here.
Yes, Nijat taking his time. It's a pretty simple tactic. Obviously, you just double check, not that you miss upon an opportunity, because playing too quickly with 40 minutes on the clock, that would be a terrible mistake. But we do expect rook takes c7 to happen in 10-20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, this is a forced line after d takes e3. Maybe there's, I don't know, a psychological component to some of Abasov's thinking time here. He's got plenty of time. He's got 41 minutes. This game will not be decided, most likely by any kind of time pressure for either side. And that makes it all the more frustrating that Caruana has allowed this to happen. We do see rook takes c7. And now another big decision for Fabi. He will move his rook from e3, but where will he put it? The best move is rook e4, but man, try deciding between rook e4, rook e2, and rook e1. I would almost be eeny, meeny, miny, mowing it.
Yeah, not easy at all. Okay, Fabi already did spend quite a lot of time probably thinking about this position. So by now, I do believe that he has made up his mind. He's just double, triple checking, not that he misses again something in his calculation. That's also another problem when you are missing something that automatically plays on your mind. And after you keep on double, triple checking every of your thoughts. And that's also not a good direction to go. You are burning more time on the clock. You are getting more and more confused with yourself. And when things go well, then you just basically believe and you don't even think that anything can go wrong. And that's when players are playing their best chess. Yeah, rook e4 played. Fabi has to believe in his intuition. His intuition signaled him that that's the right move. He has to go for it. Well played.
Indeed. And playing it quickly and confidently, Fabiano, throughout his career, has been so good at keeping his composure, calming himself down in the right moments. And now the ball back in Nijat Abasov's court. We had this position on our analysis board a couple of minutes ago, and we were discussing the most obvious move, the straightforward move, d takes c3, is not best according to the engine. The best move here is to force the exchange of the bishop, white's bishop, for black's knight by dropping the bishop into f5, attacking the rook. And after bishop takes c6, rook takes c6, you're going to get a further exchange of the d4 pawn for the c3 pawn. And you're going to get this type of position where black has the 2-on-1 on the queen side. But obviously, if black's bishop here were to be on c6, I think that would be a better defensive setup. Here, black's queenside pawn's a little bit more vulnerable. But nonetheless, I mean, this is realistic drawing chances here, no question, for the Azeri Grandmaster.
And there is also one more alternative after rook e4, bishop e6. It's also a move that comes to mind, because how is white dealing with if white takes bishop c6 anyway? Rook c6, rook e4, we take on c3. I do believe that the bishop on e6 is much better placed than on f5. In this case, black can also fall back with the rook to c5. With the bishop on f5, that's met by rook d5. And look at that bishop on e6, beautifully cemented by the pawn on f7, guarding the king, and also eyeing white's weakness, the pawn on a2. This could be very important little detail that if bishop e6, you have to take on c6, then I certainly want to go bishop e6.
Does bishop e6 yield any other options because it doesn't come with tempo, right? Bishop f5, the benefit of that move is it creates the threat of d takes c3. So white is essentially compelled to take on c6. Here, is there anything like even the brazen king b2, which is a terrifying move to play because you're walking right into a discovered check, but upon closer inspection, you realize that the knight doesn't actually have any effective square. I mean, maybe knight e5 check is the best move, but it clearly doesn't win material. So maybe something like this should be explored by Fabi in the event of bishop e6.
Yes, certainly. It's also one of these things that maybe the move king b4 is humanly attractive, making sure that black won't be able to trade the knight for the bishop. Of course, it's a little bit tricky to be playing a king on b4. Black certainly has some ideas like b6, and eventually the king on b4 could become target, some rook c5, a5 check to follow. Some questions. And I do understand why Nijat is taking his time here.
Yeah.
There are too many options. Bishop f5, bishop e6, d takes e3, all three of them kind of tempting as well.
We could conceivably get a very long thing here. I could see Abasov feeling confident, feeling like I've got, the right defensive approach in the bag, but I could also see him spending, 15, 20 minutes here, really putting the accent on trying to defend as precisely as possible. Nijat Abasov is back from the dead. He's got realistic chances to draw this game with black and take third place in the World Cup. Our championship game between Pragnananda and Carlsen has already concluded in a peaceful result. They will play their rapid tiebreaker to determine the World Cup winner tomorrow, but do not go anywhere. This is going to be a fascinating endgame as Abasov tries to complete an incredible Cinderella run. We will be back with more action from Caruana Abasov on the other side of this break.
But she's not going to move it because it's defended.
Oh, she did it! You predicted it, Levy!
I just said don't go there! We need a compilation. Chess.com social media crew, look through the PogChamps games.
Oh, baby! Let's
and
go!
Find how many times I called the move before it happened.
Okay, Levy, you asked for it. Here we go.
It's almost a
Jarvis
stalemate.
knows what he's doing. He's gonna try to force it.
Andrea, there's a stalemate coming. Pawn here, take, king g4. He pushes and it's a stalemate. Oh my goodness.
Well, you clearly, I'm sure you taught Frank about stalemate.
No!
Okay, just don't push! I blame you for all of this. This is your manifestation.
Oh my goodness! Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, loses the bishop. And if that happens, I will be heartbroken because you could have just...
How's your heart, Abby? Is it feeling okay? Your heart? How is it?
You can't even script this stuff, my man. Defend the bishop again! I just forgot!
Okay. Okay.
His position is hard to lose as long as it stays how it is.
Yeah, for sure. Unless he starts going totally crazy with something like pawn to g.
What is your ability today? You literally said that in real time.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
(309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays.
And Magnus Carlsen seals the deal with a draw. He makes it to the finals of the FIDE World Cup for the first time ever. 18-year-old Pragg advances to the finals to fight against Magnus Carlsen for the FIDE World Cup.
What a final that's going to be.
This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
And we are back here at the 2023 FIDE World Cup in its final stages, the championship match between Carlsen and Pragg. The classical portion of that match ends 1-1 with 2 draws. They will play their rapid tiebreaker tomorrow. We are watching the second match game of the third place match between Caruana and Abasov. Fabiano has to win this game in order to force the tiebreaker after losing in shocking fashion yesterday. And we've got very important developments in this game. Nijat Abasov has made the most straightforward move, pawn takes c3, Peter, which according to the computer is inaccurate, but it is a very understandable choice. And Fabi immediately responding with a check on d6. What do we make of these developments?
I feel that Fabi is a little bit relieved. Abasov did spend quite a lot of time on deciding on d takes c3. Probably he felt like, all right, let me take this pawn. But I also feel like the body language of Fabiano has changed, and one of the key issues in this position is that if black is getting that monster bishop on e6, that's beautifully all right. So king g7 had been played. I will just make the move king g7. That yes, this is the current situation. However, very quickly after rook d6 check, bishop e6, one has to highlight that something like bishop takes e6, b takes e6, and rook c4 is a very interesting way of using the pin on the 6th rank, making sure that you isolate black's pawn structure, and it's a completely different dynamic compared to what we have been witnessing before. So Nijat wants to make sure that his pawn structure remains intact. He goes king g7. And now the question is, That is Fabi going after the pawn, or is he trying to combine some play against black king side?
Well, I think there is one critical insight, which is that white should try to refrain from the trade on c6, if at all possible. So the line we were analyzing earlier, we had this position in our analysis, and we were looking at rook c4, which I think is a serious strategical mistake, because it allows black to reach the sort of the ideal defensive setup with a6. You know, you trade on c6, and we were discussing that black's chances to make a draw here are extremely high because the bishop is on its optimal possible spot. But instead of this, white has much more nuanced ways to approach the task. So one option is to play rook e3. And the benefit of this move, as you're hinting at, Peter, is that after a6, white does not actually have to take the knight on c6. And white can say, I'm going to keep my bishop and play bishop a4. And to a newer player, I think this might seem scary because black has b5, and it seems like black will advance the pawn to b4. But you have to see the forest for the trees. b5 is a very weakening move. And after b4, white's rooks are going to start surrounding black's pawns. Black's pieces are just a little bit too passive here. Rook e4 is a really nice move. Coming to c4, and black is just collapsing, right? The minor pieces aren't able to keep each other up by the bootstraps, and white's got too many active pieces here. a5, you know, bishop a4, rook c4, and bishop a4 is coming next. So that's out of the question, and that makes rook e3, I think, a much more stalwart winning attempt than rook c4.
Yes, for white, it's also essential to make sure that you get a more dynamic play. You definitely don't want to go into some static position where black has solved his problems. His bishop lands on c6. That's just such a dream come true for black. The move rook e3, going for the c3 pawn, is kind of natural. Also, computer mentions the move rook d5 as an interesting idea. It also has a purpose because it threatens the g5 pawn. And also, white has the idea of going rook c5, capturing the c3 pawn. The rook remains then on e4, and again, we have no trouble on keeping our bishop. And that's the reason why I feel that d takes c3 was such a big mistake, because white might be able to hang on to his bishop.
And Fabi, he did seem relieved, and he did take a long sip of his water. You know, we know the water theorem, which is that anytime a player starts sipping their water and sitting back, probably means they're satisfied by the way things are going. Do you think it's because Fabi specifically sees the move rook d5, or is it because he senses that Abasov's bishop e6 or bishop f5 would have been a much scarier defensive idea?
I think that he is very relieved. Yeah, that it was kind of the nightmare scenario. He's in a must-win situation. And if black gets a fortress position, you are never guaranteed that you will be able to break it. Yeah, if it's unbreakable, it's over. You lose the match. The tension is too high. The pressure is too high. While when you feel like, all right, this is now very much similar to that position that we could have reached if white is about to cash in on c3, like if white would have captured with c takes d4. So I feel like now Fabi is relieved that his mistake, he gets a chance to correct his mistake.
I feel like he'll play rook d5. And the concept which I think is associated with that move is whole board awareness. I think everybody understands that white's ultimate goal here is to win the c3 pawn back. That is priority number one. But it's much harder to perceive the power of combining play on both sides, right? Rook d5 hits the pawn on g5 and gets the rook over to c5. It's very easy to fall in love with the placement of the rook on d6 and say, well, that rook is perfectly placed. It doesn't need to go anywhere. But, you know, the top players are always very flexible in regards to where their pieces should belong. And they never tell themselves this piece should be on this square until the end of eternity. They're always capable of readjusting and redefining the roles that their pieces play. So I am fully expecting rook d5 here. I think Fabi's going to uncork this move, and he's not going to let this second chance pass him by.
Yes, he cannot let that happen, because if black gets that position with the monster bishop on c6, he knows exactly that's just out of question. After rook d5, it's obvious that, for example, rook d5 hits the pawn on g5. What do we have? Moves like h6 or king f6. Okay, let's make the maybe most natural move, king f6. The king is coming back. Let's follow it up with rook c5. White even has other options, but yeah, rook c5. And after a6, we are again not forced to give up our bishop. This is the key. We can just fall back with the bishop to a4. The same ideas like you already highlighted, that b5, b4 is nothing to be worried about. It weakens black's construction. The cement of the position is lost because at the moment everything still holds on based on the fact that black has this defended c6 square. Once you go b5, that is out of question. Fab is about to make a move.
And he does seem very, very close to making a decision here. The only two moves which maintain a big advantage are rook d5 and rook e3, but there's another sip of water. Rook d5 comes close to reestablishing a technically winning position. I think probably not quite as technically winning as the position he would have gotten after move 20, c takes d4, but still, I mean, the vibe feels so different now from just a couple of moves ago. Big missed opportunity for Abasov not to play bishop e6 or bishop f5. It was so important to force White's bishop off the board. This might be the deciding factor between a fortress and a technical win.
Yeah, now it's the chance that Fabi has been hoping for ever since he made that inaccuracy with bishop b5. He's trying to make sure that he does not miss anything. I do believe that deep inside him, he has already made up his mind that yes, I'm going to go rook d5, but he has to make sure that he's not missing anything.
Yeah, the players have been taking pretty long thinks. Now 8 minutes and counting on this all-important move. It did seem like he was very close to playing a move, withdrew his hand. You know, takes a little bit longer, double, triple checking. But once you see rook d5, you can't get it out of your head. Like that song, right? Once you understand this maneuver, rook d5, rook c5, it looks so harmonious, so natural, because it does the same thing as rook c4, except it takes the sting out of the move a6, because you can drop the bishop back to a4, whereas with the rook on c4, you would obviously get forked by b7, b5. Okay, now I feel like he actually is knocking on the door of a move. Moment of truth, folks. Drum roll, please. Still 30 minutes on his clock, though, Peter. So, you know, we're still not talking about time playing any kind of deciding role in this endgame.
Yes, he has more than enough time. Time is not an issue. It's much more that the hope of establishing control of the position. And rook e3 played. All right, it's very much the same idea like rook d5, making sure that the bishop remains alive. So white will have the bishop and two rooks versus the rook, knight and bishop combo. White is not forced to trade. This way, black will not find it easy to set up a fortress.
And I think this move highlights the dangers of over-relying on computer assessments, because the engine believes rook e3 is a, we could say, pretty sizable inaccuracy compared to rook d5. And I think rook d5 would have been much more clinical, but the computer line here just doesn't seem very realistic to me. The engine is suggesting to play a6. That move is totally reasonable, but after bishop a4 to play bishop e6 and allow white to cripple black's queenside structure with bishop takes c6, do you feel that Abasov has any chance of going for that line to play bishop e6? Or is he going for b7, b5, and b5, b4, trying to play for maximum on the queen side?
Okay, the point behind bishop e6 is that, yes, it does lead to this damage pawn structure. Let us put that position on our analysis board. Bishop a4, bishop e6, bishop takes e6, b takes e6. Now the pawn on a2 is hanging, so white can afford, however, to spend the tempo on a3. Rook takes e3 is to follow. However, black finally gets a construction. Yeah. It's not as good. It's not as good as the b7 bishop c6 construction, but I'm still kind of relieved from black side. For example, something like rook takes c3, rook e7 doesn't look so easy at all.
It's just a draw here, because white cannot prevent, it appears, the infiltration of Black's rook either on the E or the B file, because the rook on D6 is so stranded.
Yes, and again, thanks to this bishop. So whenever white gives up that bishop against the knight, gives black an outpost for the bishop, things are getting much more complicated, and Fabiano is taking his time. It's also a big question. Does he have a different alternative to this?
Well, of course, bishop takes C6 is always on the table, but again, it gives black the ideal setup we talk about. So I guess bishop to C4 can also be considered. It's a counterintuitive move to me because it walks the bishop right into the line of fire of black's rook. But because black's rook is tied down to protecting the bishop, you're not really worried about any kind of discovery with black's knight. So bishop C4, I think, is definitely also on the table. And it really provokes black into playing B5. I think that would be one of the appealing qualities of the move bishop C4. If we've established that B7, B5 is not a good move, it's too structurally weakening, maybe it's worth for FIDE to make this provocative move.
On the other hand, bishop c4 is such a difficult move to be played. Suddenly, the bishop is loose, the rook on c7 is eyeing that bishop. Black will have all kinds of knight jumps. I do feel like bishop a4 is the natural follow-up of what Fabi has foreseen. The big question is he now posing because he wants to make sure that b5, b4 is under control? Or is he suddenly understanding or sensing that maybe this bishop e6 transformation of bishop takes e6, b takes e6 isn't that simple? On the board, bishop a4.
Oh man, there's okay, so now the big moment of truth for Abasov. Will he quickly play b5? Part of me says that he's already decided to go for that line. You know, come hell or high water, he might tell himself, okay, I'm just going to try to protect c3 and make one last play at trying to hold everything together on the queen's side. On the other hand, bishop e6, now that you explained it, Peter, now that the bishop kind of guarantees the ability to ensconce itself on d5, that does increase the appeal of bishop e6 in my eyes. Somehow I didn't realize that black does get this ideal bishop placement. And so I think that makes it a much more findable move than if it were just some sort of abstract defensive idea.
Yes, and it also comes with some move per move idea. Let's just quickly check this. Bishop e6, bishop takes e6, b takes e6. A big question that do we have to spend time on a3 or can we collect on c3? For example, rook takes c3, immediately stops bishop d5 due to rook takes d5 trick. That's a very important, let us even highlight. So black is just one tempo short in setting up the blockade. And if after rook c3, black has to take on a2, it's still kind of very annoying. I was not happy. I do see the computer evaluating it as a clear advantage for white, but in my eyes, with the rooks on the board, this type of position definitely have very big drawish tendencies. How do you break this fortress? I'm not even sure that it's possible to break it.
Yeah, king on f6, pawn on h6. Your only weakness is the g5 pawn, provided that you're protecting it every way that you can. I agree. I mean, if white can't force the trade of rooks, then he might be out of attacking ideas. And it's important to point out that the computer is always very myopic in these types of positions, right? The computer always feels that, you know, the win is just over the horizon, just over the horizon. And that's why it's called the horizon effect, where the engine just isn't able to come up with the idea that there is no progress to be made. So it's always going to give this plus 1.8 advantage, but that's not a reassuring advantage at all. That oftentimes means that the computer actually doesn't see a way to do anything other than shuffle the pieces back and forth. This used to be a much bigger problem, of course, than it is now, back when computers were a lot less able to factor in all of the holistic qualities of the position.
Yes, and this is a very scary moment because exactly as you said, clearly, humanly speaking, you have the tendency of trying to hold on to your wonderful extra pawn on c3, and departing from it, it's very difficult. On the other hand, with b5, b4, we are losing the control of the position, and with bishop e6, we do give back material. However, we make sure that whatever material we have left, it's very well established construction.
For sure. Okay, now it's Nujat's turn to invest a significant amount of time deciding between b5 and bishop e6. Are there any other candidate moves? Well, obviously, shenanigans with knight b4, they don't work because the c2 square is held by white's bishop. So that's just ridiculous. Is there anything else that he's deciding between? I really don't think so. I think it is those two moves, b5 and bishop e6. And maybe we should investigate b5 a little bit more carefully to see exactly what happens in that sequence. So bishop b3, b4, right? That's kind of the critical position. And you pointed out this idea, very important, of rook e4, rook c4, which I almost think mimics the idea of rook d5, rook c5, which Fabi could have carried out on the previous move.
Yes, and it's so lovely because after rook e4, we make sure that the knight is unable to move from c6 due to the hanging pawn on b4. And if black reinforces the position with a5, then we simply have access to the c4 square. We have this pin, we are following it up with bishop a4, and in just a matter of time, we can capture on c6. We win a piece. The computer even says that instead of rook c4, bishop d5 might be even stronger, but these are already minor details. You definitely feel like, okay, I have excellent winning chances. If this is not winning, then nothing. You don't really have to work out the details from a distance. You come there and then take it one by one.
And I feel like Abasov will look at this intuitively and say, man, even if he somehow finds a way to stave off white's initiative, the problem is that his pieces are just suspended in midair, right? White is going to constantly bother the knight on c6, and there's so many different ways in which white can apply pressure on black's, little circle of pieces there on the queen side. Let's say Abasov accurately evaluates b5. Again, you reach a similar situation as b4 knight e3, where bishop e6 is not the easiest move to find, but I think it's made a lot easier by the fact that you just don't really have any other appealing options. So process of elimination, very, very powerful tool for finding rather difficult ideas sometimes.
Yes, exactly. This is the way how we are able to play moves like a supercomputer, yeah, by elimination. Otherwise, if we have 10 very good choices, finding the best, it's almost impossible for a human mind. But when we are forced to do that, then we can play the same level as the most powerful computer. And I do believe that here, the fact that you kind of sense the moment that bishop e6 kind of forcing that you have to foresee, and it's even not sometimes for a human, it's easier than for a computer to sense this, that, okay, this long-term issue of going for this position that we already discussed is actually a wonderful practical chance. I'm not taking the pawn just to illustrate that I don't care about being active. Yes, maybe I can be active, but just getting that bishop back to e6, king f6, to a human eye, this is definitely a position where you feel like in blitz, I'm going to hold it for sure. In a rapid game, you are almost certain. And in a classical game, you think like, yes, okay, it's going to be very tough, but I have all the chances and all the reason to be optimistic about holding.
Exactly. And, this would be move 30. You get another 30 minutes added on move 40. And white's winning options are limited. It's not like white can continuously ask questions on every move. In that resulting position, Fabi would be able to choose maybe one of like 2 or 3 different approaches. Like he could try to exchange the g-pawn by playing f4. He could try to orchestrate some sort of sacrifice for the rook, where the rook gives itself up for the bishop and he gets a pawn. But, once he shoots his shot in that position and Abasov defends accurately, it's basically immediately draw. So there is an end in sight. Very important position for Nujat to figure things out and resist the temptation to quickly play b5, b4. He's already done the first part, which is not to instantly play b5. He's sensed that there is perhaps a more resilient defensive resource, and now he has to locate what that resource is and understand that optimizing the placement of your bishop, that is the most important priority in this position.
Yeah, to give, however, some hope also for Fabi's fans, yeah, not just, I feel like I have been talking only how black is holding the position. There's a line that computer shows bishop e6, bishop takes e6, b takes e6. I do somehow like to keep that a pawn alive. I think this is very important. And after bishop d5, here comes the super stunning computer move, not capturing that pawn which we are desired. By the way, bishop e6 on the board. Abasov has played the correct move. But let me just finish my thoughts that according to the computer, it's vital to play the move rook d6 to d8. That's one of those typical sophisticated computer moves, clearly trying to target the a6 pawn. Rook b7 would be the most natural. Now the computer says it's the time to capture on c3. And this position, the computer believes that it's a clear chance. It's a 1.5 kind of advantage, and with the pawn on a3 alive, I tend to agree.
So why can't black play rook e7 in this resulting position and try to engineer the same technique? Oh, rook a, you just ignore everything and go after the a pawn.
Yes, because luckily after rook e2 we have rook c2. That's actually the big point of rook d8, winning a vital tempo, and basically according to the computer, winning the game.
Yep, because once you eliminate the a pawn, you get the outside passer, which can be supported. And this is the benefit of having two rooks against one. You can put one rook behind the pawn and one rook in front of it. And it's like a child guided by its mother and father to school. You put the rook on a3 and you keep one rook on a6, and you just push the a pawn very methodically. So this would be the worst case scenario for black. I really think that a3, keeping at least one pawn, well, not at least, there is only one pawn left, keeping that queenside pawn alive, it opens up a second front, and it gives white better practical chances. Let's see what Fabi decides. He's taken on c6, and now the moment of truth. Will he play rook takes e3, or will we see a3? What do you think?
I think this is a typical computer trap, that the computer might give both moves with a clear advantage for white, and maybe would give a little bit more advantage for rook takes e3, and that's why computer eventually would choose rook takes e3. But humanly speaking, you just know that I don't want, at this moment, we are talking about this, that we don't want to give up this one pawn, even for all three pawns from the black side. Yeah, it's kind of counterintuitive. Why is it? Well, simply for the fact that we want to have a second front on the queen side.
Wow. It's actually, when you put it like that, it's such an elegant concept that you can win three of black's pawns back to back to back. Right? Rook takes e3, rook takes e6, rook takes a6. So tempting. All you have to do is give up this measly pawn on a2. And yet, if you forecast the position properly, you'll realize that no, actually the c3 pawn isn't going anywhere. The c6 pawn is going to be harder to win once the bishop entrenches itself on d5. But it's the a6 pawn that you really want to go for. And you want to go for it while keeping your own a pawn alive. So all of these considerations, very complicated. And more importantly, Peter, if Fabi's thinking about a3, he sees that black will play bishop d5. And this rook e7, rook b7 shuttling idea is really scary, right? When I see it, it scares me because the rook on d6 is kind of stranded. Understanding that you can delay the capture on c3 even one more move, that to me is the hardest part. Rook d8 is such a sophisticated move, as you put it.
Yes, that's super important. I do have the feeling that Fabi is playing on such a high level that he will spot rook d8. It's also one of these type of positions that Fabi believes in, and he can play like a computer. I do have seen this many times by Fabiano, that following his game, I thought like, all right, okay, but you have to be a computer to make the most out of it. And what happened? He did. So I have tremendous respect that Fabiano is capable of doing this.
So many interesting decisions that both players have had to make throughout this game and throughout this end game, which could have evolved very differently had Fabi made a different call at the very start. We thought that this would be a smooth and relatively, pedestrian technical task, and instead it's turned out to be one of the hardest conversions, perhaps of Fabi's tournament career and one of the most important conversions. He has to convert if he wants to force a rapid tiebreaker tomorrow because he lost their first match game yesterday. And obviously the fact that Fabi is thinking tells us that he is aware of the choice that he has. How many players, would instantly play rook takes c3? They would calculate bishop d5, rook takes d5, get excited, and take on c3. The fact that Fabi slows down where top players are able to slow down, that is just as impressive sometimes as the actual moves that they end up making.
Yeah, and we see also the way how he's concentrating. One can really feel that he puts all his energy. He's mobilizing all his remaining reserves. It's a grueling tournament, very long marathon. All the matches are super tough. The players are exhausted. Nevertheless, you kind of sense that this is a very important moment. I do feel like Fabi will show the human element with AC. I'm really rooting for it.
It almost feels like there's a time dilation component to this game where I just looked at my watch and it's 9:42. We've only been going 2 hours and 40 minutes, and yet this game has felt like it's lasted almost 4 or 5 hours. Why? Because the number of critical decisions that both sides have had to make is so large that it lends the game a much more grueling quality, as you're putting it. Whereas in reality, it still hasn't lasted all that long. I mean, we're only 28 moves in.
Yeah, one loses the reality also because so much at stake. Yeah, Fabiano needs to bounce back. It looked like after the opening went flawlessly, went to perfection, that it will be a complete disaster for Abasov. Fabi will win without any problems. Then suddenly things turned. I still feel that they are kind of turning because this position is by far not as simple to convert as before. It's still very difficult, very tough. It requires incredible precision. But there was already that moment when it felt like Fabi might not even get this. So he's already now building back his confidence. The psychological situation is shifting back in his favor. However, he has to find this AC rook d8 sequence of moves, which is so tough to find.
Let me ask you this, Peter, while Fabi contemplates his next move. Do you remember in your chess career a particularly long game, maybe the longest of your career, or a game that you remember lasting, very, very late into the night? Any experiences like that you could share?
Yes, definitely. I had one complete nightmare game against Vladimir Kramnik in Dortmund 2012. It lasted 7 hours 55 minutes. We started at, it was almost 8 hours because we played with the classical time control, and also at the end of the game we still had the 30 seconds increment. The only positive for me from this game that I should have lost it 100 times, but I managed to hang on and the game ended in a draw. What happened the next day? Kramnik had to play with the black pieces against Fabiano. He went on to lose. He was just unable to play that game. I could easily understand because I was waking up with incredible headache and so on. And I had the white piece against Mateusz Bartel, who played a dubious opening, was trying to use the moment that I should be completely out of my mind after that long game. However, I was familiar with that sharp line and went on to win a very smooth game. So basically, by saving that position against Vladimir, I got 1.5 points compared to Vladimir, who should have beaten me, get that 1 point, and be extremely happy. So these long marathon games have actually their own history.
That's so interesting. I mean, those 8-hour games, man, some of the most grueling experiences of one's chess career. I feel like all of my longest games are associated with knight, either rook and knight versus rook, or even worse, rook and bishop versus rook. And I always seem to be on the defending side. So I remember, obviously in the United States, most open tournaments have 2 games a day. And when you get one of those end games in your morning game, I mean, you can be a complete wreck by your evening game. I remember one time I had black against Alex Yermolinsky, who is one of those, typical grandmasters who are going to torture you in a slightly worse endgame. And I had to hold rook and bishop versus rook for something like 75 moves because there was a pawn there at first. I finished the game with 10 minutes remaining before the next round. My mom took me to the hotel restaurant. I just shoveled something in my mouth, come back to the board. I'm playing another GM in the final round, Dmitry Gurevich. And of course, in that game, I also get a worse end game, and I have to hold it for another 5 hours, which I managed to do. So I managed to drop both games that day, but I think I slept for something like 16 hours the following day. I was a complete disaster after that tournament.
Yeah, I think this is also the key, that if all these horribly long games end positively, then you get energy out of it. Yeah, then you feel like, yes, it was worth it to suffer, to defend, and yes, my stubbornness, it paid off. Wonderful. But if you are the side who actually missed the wins, and after, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 hours of game, the game ends in a draw, then you feel all the pain. You are so exhausted, you won't be able to sleep because your head will be twisting and turning, that how did I not convert that advantage? And basically that knocks you out even more.
Now, I see a game, Peter. I ran a little search. I see a game of yours from 1994 against a Russian Grandmaster named Valery Loginov. Hungarian Team Championship, 132 moves, and you had to hold a position and exchange down. You're smiling. Was this a memorable experience for you?
Definitely it was. It started probably 9 o'clock in the morning. Those runs were starting very early. And one thing is for sure, that you are hoping to finish as quickly as possible. And when you mentioned the name Loginov, then I knew. I mean, if you give Loginov the slightest of chances, then he will torture for you forever. He was famous for it. And I had to suffer, but I managed to hold, so I was relieved.
Your longest victory was 130 moves at the Olympiad in Dresden 2008, Hungary, Belarus. You defeated Sergei Zhigalko in a Rook, Knight, and 3 versus Rook, Knight, and 2. Then you traded a pair of pawns, played that endgame for 30 moves, and finally won his second pawn. So those are some of the most satisfying games, the games where you pressure and pressure and torture. And finally, your opponent bends after such a long resistance. Those games are exhausting, but boy, do they feel good.
Yes, however, there is a shock for me, because Fabi, I think, took on c3, and I'm really worried that this bishop takes a2, rook c6 position, we're gonna see. And then I will have plenty of time to tell some of these stories that I encountered.
Yeah, save some of them for that rook and 2 rooks and 3. Man, maybe this is going to be one of the longest games of the World Cup. So Fabi refraining from move a3, which obviously he was considering very carefully. Do you think he might have missed rook d8? Or do you think he might believe that he truly has serious practical chances in this ensuing endgame? Which direction is he taking? Like the direction of, yeah, I think I have better chances here, or he was skeptical about playing the move a3?
I think that he missed the power of the rook d8 move, which was so difficult to assess, to understand why this is a move. You highlighted very nicely that humanly, yes, we do understand, of course, that we would love to keep that pawn, but in our mind, a3, bishop d5, rook takes c3 is automatically played, and then you are immediately confronted with the fact that black is getting very active. Rook e2 is coming. If king d2, then black switches to the b file. And because of this, you try to convince yourself that yes, a3 should be the move, but it's just so difficult, because if it's a draw, it's a draw. And Fabi opts for this rook takes c3 line. He grabs the c6 pawn. Now clearly he's hoping, dreaming that black will trade rooks, but this will never happen.
No, rook e7 is, I think, by far the likeliest move. Of course, rook a7 walks right into rook takes a6. And then if you give a check on c7, the other rook blocks and forces the trade. So you want to be careful where you put your rook. And we'll have plenty of time, of course, to discuss the various attempts that Fabi can have here. As we see rook e7, we will have rook takes a6 played momentarily, followed by bishop e6. And I think one of the biggest questions in that resulting endgame is, how does white try to use his pawns most effectively? And, an ancillary question is, will white try for h2, h4? Or can white try for f3, f4? Or does white leave his pawns alone and try to play with his rooks?
Well, the problem is, that I don't really... Okay, rook takes a6, I guess, will be played. Bishop e6. My problem that I don't really see any benefit, no matter what we do. The only benefit I see is that if we are somehow able to push h4 and eventually target the g5 pawn, it's played. But I'm not seeing really realistically how black can do that, because black will also activate his rook. Yes, clearly white will also get his king most probably to the king side, guarding the pawns and getting ready for h4, but still it will be very tough. White will need to get his king to g3, target that g5 pawn, and eventually force black capturing gh4 when the pawn structure will be damaged. White will get access to ideas like g4, f4, f5, kicking that bishop on e6. That would be the winning kind of method that I can envision for white. However, I'm not seeing yet how it is realistically possible to achieve.
I actually feel like g3 and f4 might be an interesting attempt. I'm totally with you on the fact that it should be draw objectively, but I feel like g3, f4 poses black with a bit of a dilemma, where if black plays h6, then maybe in some situations white can drive the pawn up to f5. But wait a second, before we get there, we've had a big move here by Abasov, rook e2. And this might not change the nature of the position. I think he's intending rook d2, rook e1 check, and he wants to keep going between e2 and e1. But this doesn't allow white to force the rook trade, I think.
No, I don't think so. I actually feel that, rook d2 is played, that rook e2 is a wonderful move, because rook e1 check is played, and then if the black bishop falls back finally to e6, black already has the active rook, white's king will find it much harder to reach the king side. The g3 square, which I envisioned for white's king supporting h4, will be very far off. Well, one could... and there is even some more argument that he might want to go after the h-pawn, provoking h3, when he could eventually set up some blockade with h5, h4.
Oh, very interesting. So black doesn't just have to sit around. Black can actually use his pawns to mold the kingside structure to his favor. Of course, the drawback of pushing h7, h5 is that you're weakening the g5 pawn, and perhaps white can engineer some sort of fifth rank attack, right? With rook a5, try to induce f6, and then go after the f6 pawn along the sixth rank. But there's so many fortresses there. For example, you could play f6 and then keep the bishop on e6 and defend it with everything that you've got. It feels like Abasov is really, really close to setting something like that up. But I'm curious how he's going to proceed, because Fabi can play a neutral move like king c3 and try to throw the ball back into Abasov's court. And then the big question for black will be, okay, does he keep his pawn at h7? Does he try to advance it to h4? How does he set up his defenses here most effectively? And Abasov was not away from the board for long. Fabi's move is instant. Rook a1, I think, is what he started.
Yes, I think rook a1 is super important, exactly for the fact that we discussed that black was eventually setting up that very unpleasant question, rook h1, that please move that pawn from h2. And it's one of those questions that humanly you don't want to answer. I don't want to move that pawn. Let me leave that pawn on h2. It might be a vital detail. The position with rook a1, we are kicking the rook back basically to e5 or e3. Most probably, okay, rook e3 will be played. It might not change much, but the fact that at least we don't have to deal with this rook harassing our h-pawn is already one step forward.
Aha. Interesting. So Fabi trying to sort of restrict the activity of black's rook before making any concrete decisions on the king side. And Nijat Abasov, he's got these minor decisions that he has to make. And one of them is, okay, do you keep the rook on the third rank or the fifth rank? Then he will get to the more substantive decisions of how to arrange his kingside for maximal defensive power. This is a critical endgame. If Nijat Abasov holds it, he takes third place, given his victory yesterday. Can Fabiano Caruana squeeze a win out of this endgame? Well, there is only one way to find out, and we will go on another short break, folks, as the Azeri hometown hero tries to hold this exchange down endgame. We will be back with more World Cup action in just a couple of minutes.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
1 minute, 10 seconds. Every second counts. Hikaru Nakamura is surviving.
We're rookie 8. Whoa! He blundered his queen. He's got 40 more seconds. He needs to burn. Rookie's losing. Oh my god, he's gonna flag! No!
He flagged! He flagged! He flagged!
Oh my god! He made it! Oh my god!
Strong that way! Oh, get over the board!
He's just gonna move quickly.
Oh! Oh my gosh!
Hey, so what's your rating these days?
About 2100.
Wow, that's amazing!
Puzzles!
What? There are 72,084 different possible positions after 2 moves. 9 million different possible positions after 3 moves. 318 billion different possible positions after 4 moves.
I'm gonna play the London.
Seriously? I'm sorry.
.309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays.
And Magnus Carlsen seals the deal with a draw. He makes it to the finals of the FIDE World Cup for the first time ever. 18-year-old Pragg advances to the finals to fight against Magnus Carlsen for the FIDE World Cup.
What a final that's going to be.
This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 FIDE World Cup, where we are observing the championship match, which has already concluded in a draw between Carlsen and Pragg. But the third place match between Caruana and Abasov, the stakes could not possibly be higher, as Caruana needs to win to stay in this match. Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, Grandmaster Peter Oleko, bringing you coverage of the second day of the finals matches. And Peter, I can't help but notice you've got quite an interesting decoration in the background. You have what seems to be a katana, a Japanese sword. And let me get this right. If we can get to 150 subs on Twitch, I think that's 17 more. Would you be willing to show that katana up close and talk a little bit about the story behind its acquisition?
Yes, for sure. I mean, everything for the audience. It's a very special sword, and I will also then revealing what I think about it.
Ooh, okay. Well, you know what to do, folks. 17 more subs to reach that goal. But the sword that we have to talk about right now is Black's defensive sword. Nijat Abasov is an exchange down. They have reached the position which we thought might be reached. Rook, bishop, and 3 against 2 rooks and 3, all of the pawns on the same side. Now, there's a couple of facts that make this position easier to understand. The first is that the trade of rooks is almost always in white's favor. At all costs, Nijat Abasov will avoid the exchange of rooks. But the big question involves how each side arranges its pawns. Will black sit? And from white's perspective, will white try for g3, f4? Will white try for h4? Or will white try a different type of approach using his rooks?
I think that first of all, Fabi, yes, and he is immediately rushing with his king towards the center. The king is beautifully placed. Black blitzes out the move rook b5. I somehow had the feeling like, practically speaking, Fabu and king e3 blitzed out. We talked about this, that white wants to reroute his king most probably to g3 to be able to support the break with h4. Let's not get fooled that black's rook is the one controlling the 5th rank. White can, once the king is rerouted to g3, then white can play rook d4, rook da4, rook a5, try to forcing the rook trade, so black will have to go back with the rook somewhere, and then white can eventually double up. And it's not even about doubling up, because probably black will try to keep his rook on the 4th rank, making sure that white's h4 move will be difficult to implement. But all this we will see. What I wanted to highlight, that after rook a1, I did have the feeling that rook a3 would have been very unpleasant for Fabi, because the king is cut, so the most natural move king c3 is not available. And after rook a3, black keeps on harassing white with this idea of eventually going behind that pawn with rook h1, but back to live action.
Aha, interesting. So that would have made it a little bit more difficult for Fabi to trampoline his king from the queen side over to the theater of action where all the pawns are. As it stands, Fabi has completed phase 1 of what will be, if he wins this game, an incredibly long and arduous winning process. Now, I wouldn't put too much stock into the computer assessments here. We already discussed this. The computer will give this approximately +2 assessment for a very long time. This is a binary position. Either Fabi wins and finds a winning plan or not. So +2 is a bit of a meaningless assessment. And now the big moment. How does Fabi arrange his pieces? I'm pretty partial, Peter, to the idea of carrying out the f3, f4 pawn break. But maybe in that case, black just plays g takes f4. And just because black's pawns are disjointed will not necessarily mean that they're any easier to attack, because the king on g7 is such a powerful defensive piece. It guards both pawns, and the f7 pawn guards the bishop. So black's defensive construction here is so difficult to break down.
Yes, very difficult. On the other hand, you have to take these kind of things step by step. Fabi is definitely relieved here that he was able to get his king all the way to f2. The move king g3, kind of the logical follow-up of everything what happened. I don't think that you are worried of h5, h4, because that's kind of one of the only human reason why you think like maybe instead of king g3, yes. And Fabi has played the move rook a5, just making sure that that pawn from g5 will be always vulnerable. So whenever black goes h5, h4, but it's also not important. Black can reinforce that pawn with king g6 and king g3. If I don't think that it's a good idea to weaken the g5 pawn. I just want to highlight that, okay, humanly speaking, this can be a little bit annoying that h5, h4 check. You don't know how to evaluate it. It's one of those little details that are mysterious.
There's another idea, and we have reached 150 subs, so I will ask you to show us that sword very shortly. But before you do that, I came up with this idea of doubling rooks on the 8th rank, which looks very superficial, but the more I look at it, the more unpleasant it strikes me. So for example, if black plays king g6 and white starts with rook a8, my idea is to play rook d8 and then rook to h8, and essentially to go after the h-pawn to compel black to play the move h5. Otherwise, you're going to section off the king from the pawn. So black might have to push the pawn to h4 before it's too late. But again, then the g5 pawn becomes weak, and you can try to arrange one rook on the 5th rank and one rook on the g8 square. I feel like, concretely, white starts posing practical problems to black here. But I don't know. Maybe this is all a paper tiger.
Well, the big question is that how do you do that? Yeah, so for example, after rook a8, let me just wait one move like rook c4, and at the moment when you go rook d8, I'm gonna give you a check with rook c2. And if you play king g3, can I now play h5? Because I might have this g2 pawn. You have rook g8 check, king f6, h4, and the rook protects. Wow, sensational stuff. Very important. It's maybe one of the game-deciding motifs in the position.
Amazing. It's crazy how the rook on g8 is originally an attacking piece, but when you go down the line, it turns into a defensive piece, a crucial defensive piece. And after g8, king takes h4, it's not that this structure is bad. It's just that in this particular position, black can't keep the h5 pawn alive. And if black loses one of the kingside pawns, the game is over. We're getting some moves, though. Abasov has swung his rook over to h4. He has induced the move h3 and brought his rook back to b4. I don't think that the placement of white's h-pawn is essential to the evaluation of the position, personally. But maybe it does make some sort of impact.
Well, now that white's king is on the king side, I think it does not really matter so much. The reason why I was afraid that with the king on b2 and black's rook on h1, who knows, maybe black would have been even able to trade all pawns with h5, g4, just scary kind of thing. Knowing that Fabi needs to win this game at all cost, he made sure that his king first reaches the king side, and step by step, he is trying to improve. However, because things moved too fast, after the move rook h4, Fabi did not play the move king g3, so it's a little bit strange. If he wants to play king g3, then he definitely would not follow it up with h3. And since he played the move h3, rook b4, he might go for your plan. He might immediately go for your idea with the rooks doubling on the 8th rank.
I think at the very least, it's a good idea to scare black. The good thing about playing this with white and not playing with your pawns is that you can always undo anything that you try. So if you're thinking about the smartest way to, wage the war of attrition, the least risk seems to be involved in playing with your rooks here. Right? If the rook play doesn't work, then you go back and you start pushing your pawns. So first step, make all the improving moves, right? Optimize your king, optimize your pawns. Looks like Fabi's done that with king g3. Then try the rook play. If the rook play doesn't work, come all the way back and maybe try to play f4, because by that time, you're also wearing your opponent down. So you're not only waging the battle on the board, you're also waging the battle on the clock and against your opponent's psyche. Because the longer this game drags out, the more fatigue becomes an important factor. And I think in a couple of hours, Abasov will want to just take a swing at this position with a Japanese sword. So as king f6 is on the board, and we're going to get a lot of action here, Peter. So I don't know. Do you want to talk about the sword? Do you want to keep talking about the position? Because we did reach 150 subs.
Yes,
so
yes.
Maybe real quick.
Yes. Should I bring it? Should I show it?
If it's not too much trouble, but I think you can also talk
Yes.
about it.
Yes. Okay, I bring it. Just give me 10 seconds and I'll be back.
Take your time.
With the
Take your
sword.
time. Now, in the meantime, we have the move King F6 on the board now. We don't have the board up right now, but Abasov has played the move we expected, chilling on the 6th rank with his king. But right now, it's Peter's turn to talk about his sword. This is the position on the board. We'll get back to the game, folks, very shortly, but let's pan back to Peter and that beautiful sword. The sheath is amazing.
Well, first of all, I mean, people might think, okay, chess player, samurai sword, okay, what is this? Well, the first thing, what I think about this when I look at this sword is respect. Yeah, I think that for chess players, this is also one of the most important things to respect your opponent. By respecting your opponent, you are respecting yourself, the game of chess. Yeah, you are devoting all your life to improve. So basically, that's why I really love this sword. It simply reflects the thoughts, of respect towards everyone in the world who is trying to improve himself, no matter in which field. Yeah, and I was so happy when I was 13 years old in 1993, when I discovered the books about Miyamoto Musashi, the samurai. He became my hero. I read this beautiful novel by Eiji Yoshikawa. It was 5 books, and in Hungary it was like translated slowly, step by step. So it took like 3 years to finally read it. And the transformation of him, how he improved himself as a person, and like this. That's why I associate with this sword. And a very good friend of mine gave it to me as a wedding present. Yeah, suddenly I even can't talk because I'm emotionally so touched that it was Konrad Laszlo, a man who I got to learn when I was 15 years old in Germany, a Hungarian, living in Germany, being a dentist. And when he was to hear about the fact that the youngest grandmaster in the chess is a big Miyamoto Musashi fan, he felt like, okay, if I have a chance, I'm going to present this sword to Peter. And I got it from him. It means a lot to me. And it's all about respect.
Wow. I'm at a loss for words, Peter. That was so well said. You're making me emotional too. So I don't know if we'll be able to compensate, but what an amazing story. It's an absolutely beautiful sword. And thank you for being so open with the story behind what it means to you and how you acquired it. I think we can all agree that was an incredibly inspiring story, an inspiring sword. And will it inspire Fabiano Caruana to keep his legs churning and improve this position, take it all the way to victory? That remains to be seen. But amazing story, Peter. That was very touching.
Yeah, and I think it's very important that people know this. Yeah, one of these things that was written in this novel. Yeah, it's about the whole life of Musashi, and basically the most famous samurai in the world. And there was an episode in the book. Yeah, there was some hurricane. He was living in a small village, and the hurricane destroyed the whole village. And then basically what he really believed, yeah, that the way of the samurai, the way of the sword, and he was famous for the 2 sword technique. That how do you deal with this situation? The first thing that he has done, not trying to repair his house, but go to the village and try to see how I can help the people. And with this kind of approach, the whole village started working together, and the village was restored very quickly. Just this team effort, yeah, that people would think like, samurais, individuals. No, it's all about making the world better.
Yeah, that's incredible. I think we need to hear that nowadays, how powerful a sense of social cohesion can be, and how powerful the spirit of generosity can be in, helping us surmount even the greatest practical difficulties in life. So I definitely want to investigate these books now. So you've definitely inspired me to take a look.
Yes, you will not regret it. It's a fascinating story, and so many people have picked up his kind of philosophy. Also, managers. There are many books written about his philosophy. He wrote himself the book of the Ring of Five books, and it's incredible. It's fascinating to get inside. But we are now here at the chess tournament, commenting at chess, and despite that this is a fortressish position and so on, there is so much to talk about. You already highlighted this idea of going with the rooks from the 8th rank, trying to target that h6 pawn. It was vital for white to get his king out to g3, not remain on f2. For example, just to highlight that if instead of king g3, and now Fabi slowly, step by step, tries to improve the position, just to highlight, with king on f2, if we go for the activity with, for example, rook a8, king f6, rook d8, it might run into rook b2 check, king g3, and bishop c4, giving this counter chance for black going against the g2 pawn. We have to watch out for this. That's why starting with king g3 is always such a good idea.
So suddenly black creates a mate threat after bishop f1, and it's quite difficult to prevent. So Fabi, with his last move, again, it's important to indicate that as long as Fabi doesn't play with his pawns, you can essentially undo anything that you do with your rook. So just because he's played rook e2 does not mean that at some point he's not going to resort back to the plan of doubling on the 8th rank. But for now, he's trying a different path. He's taking a different avenue. And what avenue is he taking? Well, is he trying for rook e4 here? Or is he trying to keep Abasov guessing as much as possible? Is he kind of playing these mind games while simultaneously hinting at some sort of concrete idea?
Yes, I think he does both. Rook e4 is kind of indicating that he wants to follow things up with h4. Gives black a lot to think about. How do you win this position? Maybe there is no way even to win the position. In order to win it, you have to keep on asking questions to your opponent. There is also this very special moment that here, and bishop f5 played, making sure that rook e4 won't be played, that the players have 30 seconds increment after each move, which gives this feeling that this game can last an eternity. We know exactly that Fabi needs to win. Yes, I mean, a draw is just out of question for Fabi. It's resigning on the match. He knows that he's better. He has all the right to play forever. And the 50 move rule is not really threatening white at all. He can shuffle the pieces, and when suddenly there is a threat of maybe reaching move 50, then there could be a timely h3, h4. Then we can take it again. It's only move 42. I'm pretty sure that this game will last more than 100 moves.
Oh, without question. And the analogy that I like to make with these types of endgames is to a fraction that is reduced to lowest terms. So let's say you have 8/12ths, right? First, you divide both sides by 2. First, one pair of pawns is traded, and you get a slightly different fraction. You get 4/6. And then you play another 50 moves, and then let's say another pair of pawns is traded. And you keep going and reducing the fraction until you get something like a rook versus bishop, which is the fraction having been reduced to its lowest terms. And then if Fabi gets rook versus bishop, he's likely going to play that for another 50 moves, because you literally want to try every single possible chance before you acquiesce to the draw. So in these must-win scenarios, the players try even harder than they normally would, and that means Fabi is probably going to spend longer at each stage of the game trying to induce as many mistakes as possible, trying to fatigue Abasov as much as he can. And conceivably, we could get like a 150, 200 move game, which sounds crazy because this is only move 43. And Peter, I would also argue that there is a possibility that Caruana goes for a plan like the doubling of the rooks on the 8th rank, and things clarify a lot faster. But there is also the alternate path where Fabi just kind of plays and plays and plays and wages this war of attrition, and then the game actually could last for another couple hours.
Yes, there are different scenarios. It does bring me back the memories of this game against Zhigalko from the Dresden Olympics. It was played in the very last round, and it was the last game of the Chess Olympiad. The organizers were already unpacking the chairs and so on, and for me, the game was of vital importance, because if I win that so-called objectively drawish position, but at the same time practically a very good chance of converting it, then I'm gonna get gold medal on board 1. and it was a fantastic chance. So I felt like I gonna play that position as long as we simply fall from the chair. There is no way the game ends in a draw. We're gonna play until there is nothing to play for. And I managed to squeeze out a victory in mutual time trouble. I think Abasov is doing a great job. Look at this. He has now rerouted his bishop to g6. That brings new dynamic. And I'm loving this kind of idea. It's protecting everything. It makes things more compact.
So I'm going to make a bold point here. I feel like Fabi, and this, okay, I'm contradicting myself here. And I accept that what I said earlier might have been a little too categorical. I mentioned that at any point, Fabi can just kind of undo whatever he's done and embark on a new winning approach. But I actually feel like with the bishop on e6, not to fixate too much on this idea of rook a8, rook e8, but I really feel like he should have invested more, maybe not time, but more effort into properly calculating out that line. Because now, if you try to double on the 8th rank, it just doesn't come with the same effect. For one thing, Black can always play h5. And, there's just less breathing room on the king side. So I'm with you. I think Abasov is really making a heads-up play here, getting this bishop over to g6 and restricting White's winning attempts here.
Yes, there was also a moment, because I think we have time to look at computer's move. There was a moment when after king g3, king f6, computer really got excited that maybe there was something in the position, and the computer wanted to play the move rook d8.
Okay.
And the idea was that against bishop f5, you always have this rook d6 check, making sure that the bishop does not land on g6. Then after bishop e6, computer goes rook a8 and tries to bring the rook like this. Okay, still very difficult to understand what happens. Yeah, for example, let's just make a move like rook b2.
Oh.
Then computer goes rook h8, king g6, and rook dd8. And your plan is slowly happening.
Bishop c4, which might have been the reason why Fabi rejected this plan, right? He might have seen bishop f1 and gone, oh no, here I need to be careful not to get mated. But apparently after rook d to g8 check, you start with this check to isolate the h pawn. But after king f5, obviously you don't take on h6. There you actually possibly maybe even lose the game. But instead you go rook b8. And the problem is that if Black doesn't trade rooks, and he certainly can, if Black plays rook a2, then apparently White plays rook a8. Where is this going? Rook b2. Is this just a repetition? No, because now White can play rook takes h6. What a beautiful idea. Rook takes h6, bishop f1, and suddenly rook a5 check. And it's checkmate. The king is caught in a mating net. So you were trying to get your rook to the a8 square because a5 is a dark square, while the b5 square is protected by Black's bishop. My gosh, the level of subtlety in some of these winning procedures are off the charts.
Yes, we had to show it that at least what kind of plan was possible. Clearly, Black could have defended better, but the computer definitely believed that this is some kind of a very critical moment. White has all his pieces at the maximum. The king is on g3. Fabi, however, let this bishop be transferred to g6. And what is he doing now? Rook b5, rook c4, rook b6, king g7, rook b5.
Feels like he's shuffling for the time being.
Yes. Okay, he will go rook b4 in order to be able to play h4. It's clearly his only idea now with the bishop on g6, but also I don't think that h take g5, h take g5 benefits White. It's much more, it benefits Black.
Is there a case to be made for playing h4, h takes g5, h and then playing king g4 at some point and trying to, paralyze Black by making contact with the g5 pawn? No, because Black could even go king h6 in some situations and defend that way if king f6 is impossible, and it's currently impossible. But I agree. I feel like h4 is kind of the move you make if you've exhausted all the other options and you have no choice but to burn all your bridges.
Well, I do see, because yes, I also had the feeling that black will always have this king h6 idea, protecting the g5 pawn if needed. However, the computer believes that white does make progress here. However, I'm not sure. I don't want to make too much. I don't want to read too much into it. Intuitively, it doesn't feel that white has made progress.
Maybe there's the concept of doubling on the 5th rank. You know, usually when you say doubling, the rooks are already doubled, but you can redouble them on the 5th rank. What I'm trying to do is force the f pawn to move, right? If it moves 1 square, then it becomes a target. If it moves 2 squares, then the bishop on g6 loses the protection of the pawn and itself becomes a target. So maybe something like rook a5 and rook b5 is a good practical attempt.
Yes, basically this is white's only chance. Yeah, white has to play it no matter what. Yes, so in fact, we get the answer to it. This is Fabi's idea. He has basically been setting up his rooks. Let me also push it. Yeah, rook c2 on the board.
Okay, so
we're
rook
gonna
b2,
see
I would
rook
start
b2,
with.
exactly, blitzed out. Kick that rook away.
Okay, and now the sort of big moment of truth is arriving. h4 is what we are expecting either, well, if black plays rook c3, then he can play it immediately, but I would first put the rook on the 4th rank regardless, just to make sure that g takes h4 is not an issue. And then we will see our first major transformation of the position, but probably not our last.
Yes, so basically we are expecting rook c4, then do we go rook 6 to b4 would be the most natural?
Perhaps, yeah, rook c6 b4, black will drop back, and h4.
Yes.
And is there a case to be made for g takes h4? I mean, now black has to consider that move carefully, because maybe the resulting pawns are easier to protect than the g5 pawn would be. But I don't know.
Yeah, but white gets this very straightforward plan of advancing his pawns with g4, f4, f5. We were lacking this kind of ideas, destabilizing the beautiful bishop on g6, also against the bishop on e6. The same idea was very effective. I do see that Fabi is imagining these kind of ideas.
Yeah. And Abasov he's thinking, he's trying to figure out the optimal square to put his rook. Now, this might not make a big difference because wherever he moves his rook, white's rook can just pursue it. And Fabi might be like pre-moving rook b4. Fabi in his mind might be telling himself, like, I don't care where you put your rook, I'm going to go rook b4 and h4. But of course, from Abasov's perspective, every decision might be a critical decision.
Clearly, yes, he knows. Now he sees that Fabi is going for this idea. He made his intentions clear by doubling on the b file, making sure that he will get access to that b4 square. And the point, however, is that I don't think that black can stop white of going for this plan in the long term. Yeah, so rook c4, we kick that rook away with rook b4.
Rook b4.
Then, okay, we just put the rook on some random square. White pushes h4, and this will be the big question, that how to deal with this kind of construction. Is white maybe threatening now rook b5? Probably he is.
Yeah, it appears that way.
That already kind of questions that, was rook c5 the right choice, or should we have put the rook on c1 or on some other square?
And we should also point out the clock situation. I completely ignored it, but first off, Fabi is not, not doing too great. I mean, 7 minutes, he can always make a bunch of empty moves and gain some time. But Abasov doesn't have the same luxury.
No, but don't be fooled. Exactly, the 30 minutes will be added. Yes.
So they haven't been added yet. Okay. For some reason, I thought the 30 minutes were already added, and I was like, wait, they spent those 30 minutes really, really quickly. Where did they go? They have 30 extra minutes. I take that back. My apologies. So it's 40 minutes for Abasov and 36 minutes for Caruana, with those minutes added after the clock reaches 0.
Yes, and I think we have to address this, that the reason why it's so easy to get fooled by this, that usually you reach move 40 and the clock traditionally adds the 30 minutes automatically.
Yeah.
But for some reason, these are the new kind of rules.
Sorry, Peter, continue.
Yeah, no, go on.
I was just going to say that I hate those clocks that tick down to 0 because there's always a little fear in my mind. Sometimes I even make 42 moves because there's always a pang of fear that you misrecorded the notation. And I remember my heart always stops when the clock goes down to 0 because you never know exactly with 100-degree certainty that you notated correctly. And if you skipped a move, you might have thought that you reached move 40 before you did. I mean, that happened many times. It happened, I think, to Magnus against Apollo. It happened to Pragnananda against Report and Tata Steel, or vice versa. I don't remember. But there's always this moment of fear. And then when the 30 minutes are added, you're like, I can finally settle down and I can actually think I didn't lose this game on time.
Yes, in top tournaments, it was also very typical that you looked up on the big digital screen to see that did we really reach 40? That was the first thing. Once you noted that, yes, move 40, check, correct, all right, good. You don't have to care about the clock anymore. Otherwise, it's so scary. I have also done move 41 and made a mistake already in my life like this.
Exactly, yeah. And then you feel the contrasting pressure where you really want to think about the move, but you're so paranoid about misnotating, especially if you had time pressure before. I'll sometimes look over at my opponent's score sheet, but usually it's more unreliable than mine. I just see a bunch of scribbles, and for all you know, it could be move 60 according to your opponent. So you can't rely on that.
Yeah, it's very difficult and tricky. I also don't understand what's the purpose. Why is it good to cause so much headache to the players? What's the benefit?
Yeah, just add that darn time and be done with it, you know?
We have made move 40 after all, yeah? It's we have the right to know the situation.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think simplicity is best. You don't want the players to stress out any more than they already are about the position on the board. But in the meantime, Abasov is stressing over where to put his rook. Caruana keeps challenging him. He played rook b6 and now rook b4 and rook b4 again. And rook c2 seems to be the best way to defend, constantly pressuring the g2 pawn. Is Fabi kind of repeating moves for the time being and torturing his opponent, or are we about to finally see the move h4?
Well, Nijat opted for rook c5. He probably felt like whenever Fabi wants to include rook b2, he can include. He won't be repeating 3 times. That's basically sure. And this case, do you remember after rook c2, rook b2, he was posing for quite some time. He might have been not happy with that situation. He thought like, all right, it was unfortunate to place that rook there. So he puts it on c5. I don't really see the big difference. For example, if white plays now the move h4, is there some hidden point in black's play or not?
I don't believe so. I think we're very likely to see h4 here. I think now's the time.
Also, we are threatening rook b5.
Yeah. So it adds a little Tabasco sauce to that move. Rook b5. Again, all of this is predicated on the fact that a rook trade is almost immediate harakiri for black.
Yeah, it's so difficult to defend these positions from black side. Yeah, it's also from white side. If it would not be this match situation, white would be enjoying it. Yeah, it's lovely that risk-free I can keep on playing. Fabi actually opted for rook 6 b5 first. Nothing really changes. The black rook will be kicked away.
But if black plays rook c2, I think that's the worst time to play h4 because you're allowing this bishop d3, bishop f1 maneuver. So I think Fabi wants to put the other rook on d4 to restrict the bishop. And then finally, I think all the puzzle pieces will be in place.
Yeah, first rook d4 and then go h4 and take it from there. Black might be forced to take then g takes h4. That's also a very nice kind of constructing all of white's pieces to make maximum pressure on g5, and this g takes h4 will give new possibilities for white.
It feels like g takes h4, regardless of the objective assessment, is a moral victory for white. Because to go back to the analogy, g takes h4 anytime you can cause a new stage of the game, by definition, you're posing a new set of challenges. Abasov has to start from scratch, figuring out where to put his pieces. And this plan that you indicated of G4, F4, F5 is already a very clear path that, if allowed, will lead to immediate victory. So that is a very unsettling thought, that suddenly there's a concrete plan that you have to stop at all costs if you're Nijat. And there we go. Rook D5, same thing. And I think we're about to see H4 in the next move.
Yes. Now ready, one can... How did you highlight it? White's king journey was step 1.
Yes.
And now placing the rooks is kind of step 2.
Yep.
And H4 will be step 3.
And then we reset. Like either the pawn on H4 or the pawns are traded on G5, and then clean slate. Again, both sides have to figure out their defensive setups. And obviously White has to figure out a way to keep asking questions. But the idea of doubling on the 5th rank is also very achievable. So that's another reason Fabi arranged his rooks the way that he did. After he plays H4 and takes on G5, he can very easily lift his B rook up to B5, and then he's simultaneously attacking G5 and still stopping Black's bishop from journeying to F1.
I even have the feeling that you remember first when Nijat got the chance of switching to the bishop G6 defense. Then we thought like, wow, maybe Fabi should have not let that happen. However, ever since the bishop reached G6, Fabi is playing with clear idea how he wants to progress the position. I'm not even sure that he is really worried that the bishop reached G6. It seems like he's now much more happy that he knows what to do.
I feel like he might be winning here.
Wow, that's a statement.
It's a controversial one, but it feels like the more I look at this H4 move, after GH, I'm quite confident that he can win that. There's just too many problems, too many weaknesses. If Black plays H4, King F6 or F6, then again, it's just more weaknesses. And this idea of doubling on the 5th rank, I just think is potentially devastating. And I think you can kind of see it in Abasov's body language. He's suddenly very, very tied down.
It's not a pleasant feeling when you are kind of relying on a fortress position and your opponent is confident, he's making progress, he has a clear vision how to improve the position, because the fortress is a fortress as long as it's impossible to be broken. But if you feel like, oh my god, the opponent is making the progress and I will have to switch to something else which might not be so reliable anymore, that's when the heart attack starts to creep in.
There is a case to be made for meeting H4 with G takes H4 and then playing H6, H5, which is a very aesthetically appealing type of construction, right? All of the pawns are on light squares. Your bishop is standing in the middle. The problem is that while you have taken the sting out of G2, G4, there is still the idea of ramming the F-pawn up the board at the right moment. Maybe not immediately, right? Maybe you shuttle the rook over to B4, as you're saying. Put the rooks where you will, but eventually F4, F5 is going to shut down the bishop and potentially cause fatal, sort of a fatal dissolution of Black's fortress.
Yes, the reason why I was not sure where to put that rook, since clear that Black will rely on the defense of trying to get access to the e4 square against f4 with bishop e4. That's another kind of art. How do you place that? How do you place those rooks? But one step at a time. Fabi first has to make sure that he gets h4 in at best circumstances. First, please, he asks his opponent, make up your mind. I know that it's a very tough decision. I don't want to be in your shoes. Making up your mind. One thing is clear, that Black has to keep that pawn on f7. That pawn on f7 is the soul of Black's position. If Black is moving that pawn forward with f6, then White's rooks will be very powerful on the 7th rank.
Yeah, any weakness of the 7th rank is immediately fatal. And you said art. I think artistic is a good way to describe the way that Fabi has handled this endgame. Just filigree patience, precision, and he has managed, in a position we thought might be a watertight fortress, to pose very serious practical problems to his opponent. Of course, the stakes could not be higher. Fabi has to win this endgame. He has to convert in order to force a tiebreaker tomorrow. In that case, Caruana Abasov would join Carlsen Pragnananda on our full slate of action tomorrow. But for now, we're going to go on another short break, and we are going to continue watching this lovely endgame at the 2023 World Cup when we return.
We have Magnus Carlsen's most incredible moments as world champion. This one right here is Viswanathan Anand with the white pieces versus Magnus Carlsen in 2013. Here we go. So this is a Nimzo Indian, famous variation, right? And the last move here was B3 from Magnus, just saying, hey man, I'm trying to queen this pawn. And of course, Anand is saying, I'm trying to mate your king. Cool, you can get your little queen. I'm just gonna try to checkmate you, right? So of course, this is a hint to move F5, B3. And he's like, cool. Viswanathan Anand says, hey, okay, you can get this queen. I'm going to try to go for mate. So he goes queen F4. Get another piece in the game. This looks very, very dangerous here. Knight C7. What the heck is going on? Knight to C7. He thought it'd be something spectacular. He was like, yeah, I'm waiting for this one. But it's just knight to C7. Defensive move. Cool. Allows F6 to happen here. F6 is going to take on G7. It's going to be kind of annoying, scary things happening with knight H5. Magnus plays G6. Okay, it's locked up. It's going to be scary if a queen gets to H6. Also, if the queen and a rook get to the H file, it's going to be a wrap for black here. Magnus is going to be mated. Okay, cool. So Magnus understands that. Vishy Anand understands that too and plays queen to H4. Where is he going, class? H6, right? He's about to mate. He's also trying to get the rook over here too as well. Okay, cool. With that being said, your move. What do you do now? It's black to move. Here's the move, hence knight C7 to put the knight on E8. The saying goes, a knight on E8 is actually F8. That's is what they say. There is no mate. Anand understands this. He said, oh, there's no more mate. That's cool. I'm gonna put my queen right here. What I'm trying to do is bring the rook up to F3 or F4 and actually go for this mate on H7 because you stopped the G7 mate. That's cool. Perfect. Well, Magnus understands this, so what does Magnus do in this position? Black to move. Here it is. Magnus says, cool, you want mate? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Go for it. B2. Do your thing, big fella. Go ahead, Viswanathan Anand. So he says, okay, I will, young fella. Rook F4. He goes here and he's going for rook H4 mate. Wow, this is scary. Well, are you going to get your queen? You did all of this. Are you going to get your queen or not? Of course we are. B1 queen, right? And after B1 queen, knight to F1 from Anand. And the move here that seals the deal is what, guys? There's two queens on the board. Magnus has two queens, but is he getting mated or not? It's black to move. He goes queen E1, and then the game is over. The game ended right here, believe it or not. There is no more PGN, right? What do you mean, queen E1? How, what sense does that make? Well, let's see what happens. The idea here is after queen E1, where were you putting your rook? H4. Well, I can just go rook H4, but guess what? After I capture it, queen sacrifice, sacrificing one of my two queens. After queen takes H4, let's do a piece count. You have a queen, you have a bishop, and a knight. I have a queen, a bishop, a knight, and a rook, guys. So after that, this is done, right? I have an extra piece, an extra rook, and there's no mate here. So that's a resignation. And Magnus wins. That's incredible, right?
We are back at the 2023 FIDE World Cup. Our championship game between Carlsen and Pragnananda lasted less than 2 hours. It ended in a draw. We will get the rapid and blitz tiebreaks tomorrow. But our third place matchup between Abasov and Caruana is still going, and the stakes could not be higher. Nijat Abasov is trying everything he can to hold a fortress with a rook and a bishop against 2 rooks. They now have 2 pawns each, with Caruana carrying out the h3, h4 pawn break during the break. Abasov immediately exchanging on h4. We thought that that might be the lesser evil, and he does indeed trot out the defensive construction, Peter, that we had been discussing, putting his pawn on h5. Now everything is very nicely defended, but what is his answer to the inexorable march of the f-pawn?
Yeah, let's head back to where we left. It was rook d5, beautifully placing the rooks. Fabi shows excellent technique. Rook a2, waiting strategy from black. White opts for h3, h4. The timing was perfect. Now black has trouble with his g5 pawn. Clearly, black wants to maintain that pawn on f7. That's the pawn that gives the stability. So there is no other good way of dealing with the problem of the g5 pawn. So black was kind of obliged to take on h4. Now Fabiano has to capture with the rook because the rook on the rook on a2 is eyeing the g2 pawn. So white captures with the rook on h4, eventually setting up this long-term idea of going g4, f4, f5. In order to make sure that that does not happen, black plays the move h5. Now that rook from h4 has to move first, rook goes back to b4, black puts the rook on c2. I remember that in similar positions I was making a case that I probably would prefer to put the rook on e2 in order to meet f4 with bishop e4. Abasov does not care about this finesse. He opted for rook c2, and it all lies on Fabi, how he will continue putting the pressure.
And I guess there's 2 related questions. The first is the idea to make progress to push the f-pawn? And if so, under what circumstances? When is he actually going to push f4? And the answer could very well be now. Fabi might decide that he's made all the necessary improvements. There's no need to keep shuffling his rooks. Maybe now's the time to push that pawn to f5. Of course, that's a very, very committal plan. And that goes back to what we talked about, right? Any plan that involves pushing the pawn is ultra committal, because if it doesn't work out, it brings the game closer and closer to an impregnable fortress. So if he doesn't play f4, maybe he resorts to some sort of old idea like doubling on the 8th rank. But that seems a lot less effective, because you're not going to be able to win either of black's pawns. They are too safely defended. I think Peter Fabi has to rely on the march of the f-pawn.
Yes, clearly. And also his body language signals to me like he's also looking aside. Why did my opponent play the move rook c2? Why did he allow the move f4? f4 is the move I want to play anyway. Is Nijat actually just believing that after f4 he will put his king on h6? Let's check this out, because it's a very strange kind of construction, very scary that white is eventually able to force that bishop all the way to h7. But sometimes it happens that you advance your pawns. Now the pawn on f5 will be a weakness. Black might be threatening to activate the king to g5. It's not exactly obvious that who benefits unless white wins on the spot. It might be in black's favor.
That's absolutely true. And the last thing you want to do is play f6, because the bishop will return to g6, and you've shot your shot, right? You've chased the bishop away. It's come back ever stronger, and then the fortress truly becomes completely impervious or virtually impervious to any attacks. We should also point out, for those just joining, you saw Fabi's clock there tick down to 0, but this is exactly what we were discussing. They have made move 40, which means that 30 minutes have been added to their clock, but because of the way the clock is set in this World Cup, your clock first ticks down to 0, and when it does, you get that additional 30 minutes added, which is exactly what happened since they are on move 54. Okay, so now we can get back to the game. Will Fabi play f4? What are his other candidate moves? Like, is he thinking about first playing king h3 maybe, and maybe pushing the g-pawn up 1 square so that later when he plays king h4, he doesn't have to worry about the pawn hanging.
Yeah, but somehow I don't feel that it really helps white. This pawn on g2, I'm really loving the fact that the pawn is on g2. Somehow this king h3, g3 plan, and then later pushing f4 with the king on h3 looks a bit scary. Of course, I know that that's one of my big problems in chess, that I'm very easily scared. Yeah, I don't want to give my opponent the slightest chance that he can do anything to me. That was basically also the main reason why so many of my games ended in a draw. Safety first, and then from strengths I was trying. But how many times do you get the chance of having everything under control and still being able to create chances for yourself? But I don't see the benefit. I just don't like this idea. I do believe that we will have to push f4. On the other hand, Fabi might think like, we both have 33 minutes. At least Black has 33 minutes. Fabi's clock is not important because he can shuffle his rooks as long as he wants and get all those 30 seconds. So is this the right time to try to create those problems, or can I just try to shuffle for the next, for example, 20, 30 moves, hoping that my opponent wastes some time and energy, and then I will get back to this idea of going f4? The only problem that I don't see, how do we pose any question? Yeah, f4 on the board, it had to be played.
And there's a psychological component I would compare to a Schrodinger's box, where as long as you haven't committed to a particular plan of action, you have this warm, fuzzy feeling that, oh, I can always play f4 when I want to. So it almost feels, it gives you this rush that, like, I haven't exhausted all my possibilities yet. Once you play the move, you know that either it's going to work or it doesn't. You've opened Schrodinger's box. You know, the cat is going to be dead or alive. And now you have to hunker down and start calculating again. But there is no reason to procrastinate. I mean, one way or the other, you're going to go f4. Why not now? Why not get it over with? Just try and see what happens. And Fabi has just played h4. He is still riding. He's hot off the tail of one transformation. And when you start posing problems one after another, that also produces a strong psychological effect on the opponent. So Abasov has to keep his composure here. And I really like king h6. I think that might be the best of the worst, right? It's not a pleasant defensive setup, but at least you're keeping h5 well protected.
Yeah, I do see that the computer suggests the move king f6. Honestly, the move king f6 did not cross my mind. The reason, I think it's quite obvious. Yes, that king f6 does not stop f5 because white can give a check with rook b6 and then the king has to fall back to g7. I'm not believing that king e7 is a move. And then what did we achieve? Humanly, it feels like nothing. We definitely worsen our situation. So humanly speaking, king h6, hiding that king, getting ready for f5, bishop h7, and then activating the king? Or is there an argument to be made that we don't move the king at all? After all, if we rely on this f5, bishop h7 defense, then maybe at some point it might be important that we have access to king f6, or it's important that we are protecting already our f7 pawn. The reason why I'm coming up with this idea that in the line king h6, f5, when we analyzed, I did notice that the computer was showing rook b7 or rook d7 being the main moves. I guess rook b7 is the most natural, targeting that pawn on f7. I don't know. It just feels like king h6 is so much more the natural choice.
In some positions, black might even have to play the move bishop h7 to g8. If you just think about how many times in chess you've ever seen players make the move bishop h7 to g8, not very often, but that might be a sad necessity to keep the f7 pawn protected. And we have a decision, and it is king f6. And wow, this exposes the king to a seemingly endless barrage of checks along the sixth rank. But Abasov feels like he needs to keep the king as well centralized as possible. This was the top engine recommendation. What a fearless move by Najat. And Peter, I'll hand it back to you. I'll just point out that f5 is still a possibility. So it's not like king f6 stops f5 because bishop takes f5 runs into rook f4. It's all about the king placement here. It's not about preventing f5 because you can't.
Yes, you can't, and most probably actually does not make any difference where the king is moving, we might be heading to the same position. For example, if white gives rook b6 check, king g7, f5 will be most probably met by bishop a7 anyway. And the computer actually said in the other line, when king h6, f5, bishop h7, that, you know what, you can give rook b6 check, it will be answered by king g7. The reason why I did not mention the move rook b6 check here was that I was somehow intuitively worried of king g5. I did not want black to be able to activate his king like this. For the computer, it does not make any difference because says he's fearless, he just plays rook b7, but I don't think that humanly you want to be thinking about all kinds of counterplay your opponent can get.
Oh, for sure. I mean, black could already play h4 and then to actually take on f5 and carve out the f2 square for the rook so that the bishop can be defended from behind. And, you know, you don't want to give black these chances to keep transforming the position and keep taking pawns off the board because you might not have any pawns left here. I mean, how do you assess this position? Yeah, okay, it's saying +5, but I wouldn't know looking at this position off the top of my head if it's winning or a draw. I guess just because of how compromised black's king is and how active white's rook is, it's winning. But man, try evaluating that like 10 moves ago when you've got 6 other things circling around in your head.
Plus, it's also black who decides to go for this line or not. Right. So white actually has absolutely no benefit. I don't see this happen. That's why, humanly speaking, after king f6 looks so tempting to kick that king back, yeah, with a timely rook b6 check, making sure that that king has to go back to g7. Then we're gonna push f5, put black into a box. But the problem is that that bishop will be ugly on h7, but it will be forever eyeing that pawn on f5, that weakness. Yes, yeah. Fabi is making progress. On the other hand, I'm not sure that it's really winnable after all.
Yeah, what an incredible defensive construction. It's like that bishop on h7 looks so bad, and yet it's so good, especially sometimes because it can go back to g8 at the right moment. If white doubles on the 7th rank, you know, black plays bishop g8, and white is, in many cases, at a dead end. It also hurts white that f5 itself now becomes a serious weakness that white has to babysit. And because white has to babysit it, it really restricts the mobility of white's rooks. The king has to babysit g2. And I mean, maybe king h3, g3, and king h4 would be an idea, but king h3 runs into rook f2. So I really just don't see a good way for white to simultaneously make progress and, you know, keep the pawns protected, because once you lose one of these pawns, in most cases, your winning chances go out the window together with that pawn.
Exactly. That's why it is kind of obvious that white pushes f4, because that's the idea, that's the way of trying to pose as much problems as possible. However, already f4, f5 is a very committal decision. So it could easily be that if Fabi is now calculating all the lines and sees that none of them is leading to a force win, then he might just start shuffling his pieces and wait for black. On the other hand, black has plenty of squares on the 2nd rank for his rook. He doesn't have to touch anything here. He just sits and waits with the rook. And once white pushes f5, then he reacts to it.
And not to overstate the case at all here, I agree with the general idea that Fabi can make a bunch of moves and add time. But if he plays the move f5, then he kind of exhausts his waiting moves. And I could easily see Fabi taking another 10, 15 minutes here, you know, trying to decide on a move like f5. But I really like the fact that he's playing quickly. He's forcing himself to keep time on his clock, because the last thing you want with white is to leave yourself with 5 minutes and suddenly the position gets tactical and then you have no time to calculate a line, even if you have it. So Fabi playing rook g5, threatening, I guess, rook b6 check, and then the king can't come back to g7?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think like rook g5 is a super move. Practically speaking, definitely it's a wonderful move according to computer. And also, black has only one way to react. Okay, it's kind of clear that the king can't move, the bishop can't move. Apparently, the rook has to go to c1. It's kind of the only move. It's already.
Yeah.
how can you spot this move at all?
Because Peter, rook b6 check. You have to close your eyes, pray to whatever god you pray to, and play king g7, f5, king h6, and black actually holds the position by the skin of his teeth. And what is the idea of rook c1? It's so that against king h4, you have the check on h1. That is incredible. Not the check on c4, because white can block that with a g-pawn. And after f takes g6, this is the most amazing part to me. Fg king takes g5 is just a draw. Black stops the pawn from the 8th rank, and white's rook is unable to make it to e8 or g8 in time. My lines, what a drawing idea.
Yes, but it also brings me this kind of feeling that after king h6, the rook sacrifice on g6, this is a very famous kind of position that is featured in the fantastic Dvoretsky endgame manual, that this kind of construction with the pawn f4 g3 against the h5 pawn consists of a lot of danger for black. However, here the good news is for black that after king h4 there is the only defensive move, otherwise the position is lost. So rook h1 check, king g5 loses, but rook f1 makes a draw in a study-like way. King g5, rook f2 again only move, and after g3 rook f3 only move.
Wow, gorgeous. Gorgeous.
So rook g5 is fantastic. I mean, it puts so much pressure on Abasov. Very well played by Fabi.
What a move. And my coach would always point out that it's always a big turning point when you go from a situation where the opposing side has like 3 or 4 waiting moves to the first time that you have to find an only move in order to survive. So this might be the first time so far this endgame where the path for black to stay afloat consists of only one move. And that's an incredibly unsettling feeling for black. Obviously, it raises the possibility of a mistake. I think Nijat might find rook c1 by process of elimination, but I mean, it just feels like the trend of the game is getting closer and closer to a white victory. And, the risk of a blunder is increasing with every new stage of the game.
And you remember our intuition somehow signaled us that we don't want to go to f6. We even had it as a blind spot. Yeah, we did not even see that king f6 is a move. I think by now Nijat is definitely regretting of not having played king h6. After king h6, all these rook g5 ideas would have not been possible. And if it's not possible, then white might have had to shuffle his pieces and eventually go for this f4, f5 idea, which did not look like it would be so easy for white. It looks like black keeps his fortress. With rook g5, white creates very serious practical chances. I think that's the most important in a practical game.
And black has to sink a lot of time in order to find rook c1. So even if Fabi comes back to the board and instantly plays a move like rook d5, heck, even if he repeats the position, he's already done his job successfully. He's worn Abasov down, and he's made him spend, potentially however long Abasov spends on this position. And he's down to his last 27 minutes. Sounds like a lot of time, but imagine if Fabi poses this kind of problem 3 or 4 times. Before you know it, you end up in time pressure on top of the practical challenges of holding this position for an indefinite amount of time. This is a very daunting task for Nijat.
Yes, and there is also this element, the line we kind of has just seen after rook c1, yes, rook c1, rook b6 check, king g7, f5, king h6, that a player of Abasov's caliber definitely knows this wisdom of Dvoretsky about this f and g pawn against the h5 pawn, that this is very scary. And usually, in order to understand what to do, that it's considered that this position is lost unless you have a very specific defense. And let me just show this. Yeah, here we have seen that it's all based on this one single move, rook f1. If not for rook f1, black actually loses. It's such a delicate matter because on long term, you have simply no chance of protecting the h5 pawn. The drawish method, and let me try to construct the position with f4. So after f4, please ignore my moves.
Yep.
I just want to get to
getting a position. Yep.
Exactly. So I'm trying. I hope I'm not gonna blunder anything big. Okay. No, I don't want to get the pawn to f5, pardon me. So I have to go with the king to h8. Okay. So let me go with the king to h8. After king h7, rook b6, king h8, white takes on g6, just to illustrate this. That in general, this position is considered that there is only one way of holding the position, is usually to go back with the rook, like rook c8, king h4, and then rook g8. This is kind of the thematic defense. Of course, you have to have the best construction. Here, rook a7 check was probably winning. I just want to highlight that this stunning resource is in all the top players' mind, that that's the way to defend. After g3, you have check, and the white king has to fall back, and then you move back the rook, and you just sit and wait. And this is a common knowledge. And it's in all these very important books explain that you have to know this idea. And after f4, and when the lines that we see in the game, in the current position, you know exactly that white will have this chance to get this position, and according to Dvoretsky, this is a losing position. It's so difficult to find that actually rook f1 makes a study like draw there.
Mein Gott, this is just one branch of one line, of one problem that white can pose. I mean, in order to even get to the rook endgame, you have to spot a sequence of lines to begin with. And, you know, with every ticking second, the situation becomes more nerve-wracking. Just a second ago, he had 27 minutes. Now he already has 23. He still hasn't made a move. If he doesn't play rook c1, he likely loses on the spot. The one other clarifying factor, and that was a very edifying analysis, you know, these rook endgames are so interesting and so subtle. I mean, so dependent always on one resource for either side. But if you go with your king to e7 in any situation, you basically always lose, because f5 is going to be completely unstoppable. And the defensive idea of meeting f5 with rook c5 is always going to fail to f6 check, exposing an attack on the rook. So that's out of the question. Abasov has to use process of elimination. He has to see that there is no way to stop rook b6 and f5, so you have to prepare for it. Then he has to see the idea of king h6. Then he has to spot the response king h4, which is not a given. And he has to generate a prophylactic resource against this king h4. So there's like 4 or 5 steps in this logical chain. And that's precisely the logical chain that Abasov is trying to go down, given how exhausted he already is and how much he's already defended. I just don't really see this happening for him, if I'm honest.
Yeah, very tough. And now he's certainly regretting that how could I have missed this rook g5 idea, and that's why we are praising FIDE, and there can't be enough praise for spotting this. Practically speaking, very important. It might be the winning move, the move that forces the tiebreak tomorrow. And Abasov, you can see that he's concentrated, he's trying to get all his strengths to find the defense, but the problem is that, okay, there is a case to be made for rook c6, right? That, okay, if rook b6 check is a threat, followed by f5, why are we panicking? Why are we not getting our rook to the 6th rank? Well, the problem is that once we move the rook, there is no more pressure on the g2 pawn. White can simply follow it up with king to h4, and black is already objectively lost.
And after rook c1, rook b6 check, king g7, f5, you can say, but I have achieved the desired position. And after f5, you can play king h6. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. And the simplest reason is that white can play rook takes g6 check there and simply win the h5 pawn. But rook takes h5 check is a simpler move with a beautiful checkmate. King g7, you throw an f6, force the king to the 8th rank, and checkmate it on b8. So black has to carry out the sequence precisely in the move order prescribed in our stem line, right? Black has to play first rook c1, then get the king to h6, then give the check on h1, not the other way around. But that's a very important line. Rook c6, passive defense, is not going to lead black very far.
Yes, and this is the horror that black is faced with, that the big threat of rook b6 check and f5 can't really be parried with a simple rook c6. And then he has to look for alternatives. But also, you have to nobody tells you that it's lost. Yeah, you might be wondering that why is it so difficult? Why am I not finding the resource? And then coming up with this idea, Rook C1, I'm not sure at all that it will be fun. It's so difficult.
I think the concept which comes to mind here is one that is highlighted by Jonathan Rosen, a Scottish grandmaster. He's written some really well-received books on chess psychology. He talks about the trend of the game. And the trend of the game is separate from the objective evaluation. We see Rook C6, and this is going to lose. And the trend of the game has been in White's favor ever since FIDE developed this idea with H4. You can just feel Abasov becoming more dejected, and now he panics with Rook C6. The calmest looking move is actually the most panicky move, because King H4 is going to put Black in an unstoppable and totally devastating bind. King E6, maybe he wants? I don't know.
I don't know. And look at FIDE. Look at FIDE. He can hardly, yes, he knows, and he can hardly hold himself back. He wants to go King H4. What a moment.
And he's being a professional. He's taking those extra 30 seconds, just making sure that Abasov doesn't have a trick up his sleeve. But with Black being as passive as he is, there are no tricks to speak of. King H4 is the crushing setup, and Abasov is on his last legs now officially in this game.
Yeah, after King H4, very difficult to find the move, because suddenly the counter idea with Rook C1, the counterplay does not work already. And then White is, King H4 on the board.
Wow. I feel like King E6 might be Abasov's intended holding pattern, but there's so many ways for FIDE to break that down. If Abasov gives up the H5 pawn, he might as well resign. I don't think he's going to prolong the torture if he gets a 2-on-1 on the king side.
And after Rook A6, we win by F5, I guess. Yeah, this is exactly another beautiful way of winning the position. Bishop takes F5, Rook F4, the first pin. This can be still parried with Rook A5, but then White just collects the H5 pawn. There is no way to unsolve the pin, and G4 comes, and the double pin decides the game.
Lovely. Much better than King takes H5, but sloppy move after King E6. Black can drop the bishop back to G6 with check. So you want to keep the king on a dark square away from the line of fire of Black's bishop. Lovely, lovely domination of the two rooks over Black's heroic, but ultimately insufficient defensive tandem.
Yeah, well, if just the rook, let me just go back to this position. If the rook would be on b5, then probably Black could... No, it's anyway lost. I wanted to give a case for bishop d7 defense, but we can also include rook g5 check first. So it's lost anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
What incredible gumption by Fabiano Caruana. I mean, the guy just would not stop believing.
Yeah, beautifully played. Ever since he was bringing his king to the king side, one could feel that he has the vision. He has the vision in front of himself, how to pose the problems, how to try to break down Black's position. And Black passes with the rook.
Okay,
Rook E6
F5.
played.
F5 is going to do it. We might be a couple of moves away. I think Abasov wants to play rook E5 and put the rook on a defended square, but I don't think it's going to help. I think even if White trades rooks there, that has to be an easy win. Yeah, that's an easy win, but I think we should show that line because it's crucial to the proper assessment of the position. So rook F4, rook E5, a great idea by Abasov after rook takes H5, king E6. White still plays G4. Black drops the bishop back, and there's just one critical idea, which is to play king to G5 in this position. Once Fabi sees it, the game is over. Rook F6, and White's rook will sacrifice itself for the bishop. This is basic Betty. This is a very standard idea when you're up in exchange, or Black will drop the F pawn. In either case, he will lose the game. We are a couple of moves away from an incredible redemption game by Fabi.
Yes, and look at this. I feel like his body language signals that he's relieved. He knows that he has a forced win at his hand. He just wants to make sure that, yes, everything what he has already seen and calculated is really true. and we're gonna see him go for f5. He can hardly hold back.
And for younger players watching and trying to make an example of Fabi, even the strongest players, they never play instantly. He sees this line. He saw it a while ago, but he's forcing himself. He's literally holding himself back, double checking. He knows that f5 is an ultra committal move. He knows that he has to check this line carefully and calculate it precisely. So really showing the power of professionalism and the methodical nature with which Fabi has been converting this advantage step by painful, excruciating step. And ultimately, he will get rewarded for his efforts if he can come up with this final blow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all his last 10 or 50 moves indicated into one direction, that he has this clear plan, what he wants to achieve. And thanks to this king f6 inaccuracy with rook g5, he basically made a big step forward. Now he has a forced win. He doesn't have to try to grind things out after king h6.
That's absolutely true. It's funny that king f6 was perhaps at a lower depth of computer evaluation or the top computer suggestion, but this really displays the dangers of trusting exactly what the computer says in such endgames. That's part of the reason I love endgames like these, as we see Fabi executing the game-winning move. Sometimes even computers can be really tripped up by the complicated nature of these endgames. That's it. Rook f4, the final moves of this game. Fabi will take on h5 and pre-move g4 and win this game and take us to another tiebreaker.
Yeah, rook takes h5, king e6, g4 will happen.
Yeah, that's it.
Fabi is just
knows it. Fabi knows it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fabi is just such a fighter, and also he has the opening weapons. Yeah, it's very difficult against Fabiano to get a safety position. He always has fighting options, and he is finally breaking through and wins on demand. There is no way Abasov can save this.
And Abasov probably deciding whether to resign now or after king e6 g4, or thinking back to where he could have defended better. But you've got to take your hat off for Nijat Abasov. After a disastrous opening, the guy fought tooth and nail. He did his very, very best. He came oh so close to holding this position. We thought upon the transition to the rook and 3 versus two rooks and 3 versus rook bishop and 3 that Black's drawing chances were at least equivalent to White's winning chances. But at no point did Abasov have a forced draw. At no point did he come truly that close to holding the position. It was always very unpleasant. It was always very, very difficult to hold things together. But this really could have gone either way. What a game by Fabi. What a defensive effort by Abasov, but it won't quite be enough.
I also have admiration for Fabi's decision, the courage that he was taking this 3-3 pawn, and there is the handshake. Big congratulations to Fabi, bouncing back on demand. Fantastic stuff. That's we love to see, and we're going to have 2 incredible tiebreaks tomorrow.
Man, we will be spoiled tomorrow. Spoiled, of course, by Carlsen Pragg, our championship match, but also by this match, where Nijat Abasov will have to put the painful memory of this game behind him and try to complete his Cinderella run in the rapid portion of this match. The score in both of our matches is official. The classical portion has concluded, and it is 1-1 in both matches. But the matches could not possibly have looked more different, as balanced as it gets in Carlsen Pragg, and as crazy as it gets in Caruana against Abasov. It's been a long day, and it's been a long day for the players as well, as Caruana puts his blazer on and prepares to take his much-deserved rest.
Yeah, I saw there a little smile on Fabian, the relief smile. He knows that it was close. It was an epic fight. It should have been easier, but finally he converts in a stunning manner. And that's it. He's back in business.
What a day. What a day of action. And just like I said yesterday, it's hard to believe that, the 4 nights and the draw between Carlsen and Pragg came on the same day as the Caruana game, because we had 2 completely different battles, 2 fundamentally different matches. And obviously in our marquee matchup between Carlsen and Pragg, we get another very balanced game. We wish Magnus the best of luck and the best of health in recuperating from his unfortunate food poisoning for tomorrow. We want the players to be in their peak condition, obviously. Peter, I think we're going to get an epic Rapid tomorrow. I'll pass it back to you for your final thoughts on today's day of action.
Well, I feel like the Magnus Carlsen Pragnanda match is just heating up for this incredible grand finale tomorrow. It's gonna be dramatic. It's gonna be insane. It might also get done, and we were joking with our team that according to new rules, it can lead to unlimited amount of blitz games if there won't be any decisions. So we might be spoiled to incredible action on eternity. That's what we are hoping for, what we are rooting for. Both players are in stunning form. Pragg shows incredible play. No matter if it's in the classical or in the rapid portion, Magnus Carlsen, on the other hand, is the best rapid player in the world. He loves the tie breaks. We are going to be in for a treat.
Truly two amazing players. Pragg, such a delightful young man to root for, blossoming into a force to be reckoned with on the world chess stage. But can he complete his greatest tournament accomplishment to date with a victory over Magnus Carlsen, who has never won a World Cup and is hungrier than ever? Folks, very important remark. Tomorrow's Rapid starts an hour earlier than all of the World Cup rounds so far. So if you're in New York, it starts 6 a.m., not 7 in the morning, but 6 in the morning New York time, 3 in the morning San Francisco time, and wherever you are in Europe, whichever time today's round started, it starts an hour earlier tomorrow. So if you're coming in at 7 and you're expecting things to have started, no. Set your clocks back an hour, because you will not want to miss a single minute of tomorrow's Rapid tiebreaker action, where a winner of the World Cup will be crowned. But for now, folks, it's time for us to wrap up our broadcast. We'd like to thank, once again, the tens upon tens of thousands of you watching across YouTube and Twitch, supporting your favorite player, our amazing production team, and our producer, Bick, for making our jobs easier. And Peter, always a great pleasure and an honor to commentate these lovely games with you. I can't wait for tomorrow. And on that note, folks, we wish you a very pleasant rest of your Wednesday. We will see you an hour earlier tomorrow for the World Cup Rapid to determine a winner. Goodbye.